I got I got bad news for Tuesday, boys. My neck's fucked up again. It is not a good Tuesday, boys. It is a terrible Tuesday. Um I want a KMS. I want a KMS. Um Forgive me for laughing. No, it's okay. It's okay. Yo, so 3 months ago, I fucked my neck up, and it was like a couple weeks. Did the Ludwig fight happen? Yeah, you should see Ludwig. It was like a couple weeks of stiffness and pain, but then I got through it. But I think what's happened is because I've been back working out, but this time I'm like gymming it. And I did squats with the bar across my shoulders and my neck, and I think it's just still the tissue's really inflamed. So like today I tried to go back to the gym, and I was just like, "Oh my God." No, it's not a pinched nerve. When I compressed my neck a couple months ago, I think the tissue was just really inflamed and it was stiff. Like I can't like move my head to the right much. And then I think working out, which I haven't done, like I truly had not worked out in months. And I've been going back to the gym, and I think it's the squats. So I just took some it's not a sharp pain. No. It's not a sharp pain. I think it's are you saying it's Will's fault? It's Will's fault. It's so annoying. I just get really scared because I already have chronic injuries. Like I already deal with chronic pain, and I'm just like, when I hurt my neck, I was like, please, 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 please. And then it was seemingly okay. Like, once it loosened up and stuff, and I iced it and put heat on it, and like ibuprofen and whatnot. But now being back in the gym seems to have just aggravated it. I don't know. I just, please, please. I don't want one more thing. I already have things. Yeah, I have like Tiger's Balm and all that shit. Biofreeze. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's just so annoying. It's so annoying. Like, you just try to be active. I can't even laugh without in pain right now. Oh, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Sorry you're struggling. I've got some compressed joint issues in my lower back at the moment. So already in pain. I'm just like, please go away. I don't want to deal with this. I talked to my parents, where my dad was a rehabilitation doctor for a long time. It's like dealing with shit like this. And I was like, do I need to go to the doctor? And both of them were like, no. I don't know if that's a parents thing. And also, if anyone else is the child of a doctor, you know that you were raised being told that you don't need to go to the doctor. My mom was like, your tissue's just inflamed again from the working out. You just need to ice, ibuprofen. Like, if you go to the doctor, it's just going to be a waste of time and money, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, but what if it's like serious? They're like, if it was a serious injury, you would have not been in pain for the last 3 months. Like, it would have been, like, you would have known. I was like, I was like, I've done this so many times. When you're in pain, it's crazy how much your brain can spiral. Yeah, I just get really scared about chronic pain. Because like I said, I already have that. Like I have chronic SI joint pain because of yoga. I'm like, I swear to God, being active has just caused me pain throughout my life. Yeah, so I'm gonna see if like I'm gonna ice and stuff and see if it's just inflamed right now because I was lifting weights and doing squats with the barbell. That was like, it's very awkward when you haven't done those before. You haven't done them in a long time, and I probably put like too much weight, etc., etc. I don't know. You would be dead by now. Oh, okay. That's a good measure. It's because you don't eat vegetables. I ate some vegetables today. I had 3 green beans. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Knees are fucked up from playing sports. Yeah, I have like ankle tendonitis from years of spraining my ankle. I have chronic SI pain from a yoga injury. I have fucked up feet from years of wearing heels in nightclubs and just having like flat feet and just sorry, I don't mean this to be the like, here's everything that's wrong with my body. I'm just frustrated. I need to get back on supplements. Yeah. Turmeric is good for stiffness and joint. Yeah, I was like on stuff and then I fell off. Drop your body. Yeah, everybody, drop your body trauma list. It's them damn vaccines. Cause I got that vaccine. You were a party girl? I don't think I was like a party girl. I think it was a normal amount, but I worked in nightclubs for years, and finally I rebelled against wearing high heels, and I just one day refused because I was like, I am not running around this goddamn place anymore. Yeah, I like stopped wearing makeup. I wore jeans and sneakers. I did not give a fuck. uh 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 should I rebrand Vax injury? I got the COVID vaccine. You always go super hard because of your competitiveness. Yes. Yeah. When I'm doing anything athletic, anything sporty, I don't know. I go all out. How we doing today? Anybody else? Anyone else suffering? I injured my back 6 years ago doing squats, and it comes back from time to time. See, that's what scares me, man. Bro. Did you see that Robert Town died? I did not. Screenwriter of Chinatown. Robert Town. He was old. Yeah, he was 89. Rest in peace, sir. This is my why I left the left vaccine injury. I know people are going to be coming in asking about my neck all night. Should we just pin something? Or exclamation point neck? I'm 28. I have sacroiliac pain. Fucking office jobs, man. Dude, I fucking feel you. And the frustrating thing with SI pain is there's like nothing that you can do to treat sacroiliac joint dysfunction. It's a very frustrating injury to have. You can just try to like strengthen the areas around it. Like for me, when I know that I've been streaming too long, when I start to feel Caroline got the jab and it broke her neck. What I can tell without even looking at the time of how long I've been streaming that I've been streaming too long, because I start to feel my SI pain. You know what? I want a do-over on my body. I wish they could like dip me in a vat. And I would just be like brand new. How do we get that? Because the other thing is, it's not until you get older that you start to care for your body. Because when you're young, you're like, oh, I'm fine. I'm invincible. And then you get older and those injuries catch up with you. You're like, fuck me. And then you get really scared to get new injuries. Because you're like, oh my God, now I'm aware. Now I'm aware of what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if that already exists, but suppressed. Yeah, like how do we do that? I'm all in for that. Start my life over too. I fucked that up as well. Yeah. Just, can we just press a button? Doot. I'm 38 and at the gym now, so I don't wake up in pain in the morning. Yeah, it's like a double-edged sword where you need to be active, like consistently active as you get older, but then also you have to be careful about not injuring yourself as you get older. The billionaire vampiring his own kid. You know what? I'm all about it now. I take back all the jokes that I made on Brian Johnson. Give me that shit. Give me his kid's blood. I will slurp it up. I will drink that shit like a smoothie. The silver lining, it only gets worse with age, so enjoy it now. Oh. Isn't it crazy how everyone relates? They're like, oh yeah, I feel this. I feel this. Do you have a playlist link? Nope. This is the Dreams Tonight radio station on Spotify. Shout out to Rose for sending me this neck brace that I didn't open until after I'd been over the neck pain, but I knew it would come in handy. Vio, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Hope y'all had a good stream. What the fuck happened? Dude, I fucked my neck up 3 months ago. And I was down for like a couple weeks. Like couldn't move it and shit that well. Just a lot of stiffness. And then I got better, but now I started going back to the gym. Or like started going to the gym, I should say. And I think just getting right back into working out, and I was doing squats with like the barbell across my shoulders and my neck where I had hurt it. I think I don't know, re-inflamed it, so I can't move it again. Should have skipped neck day. Yeah. I heard it beating. Yeah, Ludwig and I got in a fight. I said, you should see him. If you think this looks bad, he's dead. He's down for the count. I think like if this clears up. There's no like cause for concern. Like I need to go to the doctor type thing. I'm just gonna have to do workouts that are not gonna fuck my neck up. Like I can't do squats. I'll just sit there and lift 1 pound dumbbells. I can do air squats. Yeah, I can't do squats with the barbell. Yeah. Like it even felt weird when I was trying to like get into position for the squat. Like my body was not wanting to move. So, or I just like go back to Pilates. I don't know. I was enjoying lifting. Like I've never liked lifting. But Will was walking me through workouts and I actually started to enjoy it. I was like, "Oh, I could do this." Oh, never mind. All right. I think I've iced this probably long enough. I'm just gonna remove. This looks so dramatic. I'm aware, but I'm gonna put this back on. Milk the drum. No, I just don't want to like forget about my neck and whip it to the side. I'm healed, praise Jesus. Yeah, y'all, this is what happens when you get the COVID vaccine. One more victim. One more victim of Dr. Fauci. God. Oh, Lordy. All right, let me put my ice away. And by ice, it's carrots. You want to know what's funny? I do buy vegetables, but I use them as ice packs. I use vegetables more as a tool to ice than I eat them. I don't know if this is ban worthy or whatever, but it's really not funny to joke about vaccine injuries. Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. Excuse me. I actually wasn't joking, but okay. All right. It's not a joke, brother. Well, guess that's it for me. Goodbye. End of stream. Sound Killer, thank you for the 11 months. Carlos, thank you for the 19. Hogan, thank you for the gift to amputate. Yeah, let's just amputate my neck. And a new illusion. Thank you for the prime. T-Cat, thank you for the 3 months. Menong Hassan, thank you for the 12 months. If you amputate your neck, you'll look like Nick Merckx. Perfect. Me and the boys. Me and the boys. Have you tried sewing goat testicles into your neck? You know what? Let's bring back John Hinckley's method for curing all ailments. I'm going to sew some goat testicles into my neck. Give me a real girthy pair of testicles. I'm a physical therapist, and when I tell my patients who have injured their spine in any way is to log roll, so when you're laying down, roll to your side first, so you limit twisting before getting out of bed and turning full body instead of rotating if someone's talking to you behind you. Yeah, that's why I'm wearing this, so that I'm turning my body. Because otherwise, I just will, like, whip it to the side and forget. If Will loves you, he'll donate his. True. If you love me, will you donate your testicles so that I can sew them into my neck and be healed? If you, or did I say Brinkley or Hinkley? I can't even remember. I told the whole fucking story and I forgot his name. If you don't know what story that is, I told that story during my cooking stream on Saturday. The story of John Brinkley, the goat testicle doctor, who cured everything from dementia to flatulence to male impotence by taking goat testicles and sewing them into a man's scrotum. Cured. Did you ever get confirmation if Will legit had never heard of Blue Waffle? I forgot to ask him today. There were other things to discuss. I forgot to bring up Blue Waffle. I'm telling you, though, based on what he was saying to me last night, I don't think he knows. Every once in a while, he does not know internet things. And I feel like I don't want to be the one to bring this to him. He's got enough going on. He has enough pain in his life without needing to be after Blue Waffle. Like, let's just leave him at before Blue Waffle. It's good to share with others when they're feeling down. I'm like, hey, I know you feel like shit, but I have something to show you. Also, I finally booked my flight today, so I am gonna go Monday through Friday. So I'll be gone. I'll be gone next week. I'm not gonna plan on streaming. I don't know. It's gonna be up to Will. If he's like, you know what, I want to do a stream, then we'll do a stream. But otherwise, I'm planning to go and not stream, though I am going to bring streaming equipment down. This is random. I don't care if it was ironic. I'm begging you to continue the yarn with... Oh, no, it's definitely a thing. The yarn is happening. It's not going to be called the yarn, but we are working towards it. We're taking steps. It's like not a joke or anything. I mean, it is a joke, but it's like real too. Hey, I had 2 interviews in 2 wildly different fields today. Fingers crossed only one selects me, so I don't have to struggle with that decision. Well, good luck. Yeah, it'd be nice if that decision could be made for you. You're like, do I become an astronaut or or do I work for McDonald's corporate? I don't know. You already bought the yarn merch? Who the hell is selling yarn merch? It's like some old lady on Etsy who's selling shirts with like just little knitting I don't know. I just love yarn so much. What day are you going again? Monday. I'm going Monday. So this week is going to be streams. I think just about every night. Since I'll be gone next week. Okay. What else? Hogan, thank you for the gifted and picture of a snail. Thank you for the 12 months. What else do I have for you guys? Do I have any plans for the 4th? There's like a couple things I got invited to. I told the Aussie boys if they don't have plans, they can tag along with me. I can take them I can take them to various parties. So, I don't know. I would like, it's one of those things where I don't really feel like doing anything, but if they want to do something, then if they're like, yeah, we really want to go party, I'll be like, okay, I'll take you guys. Johnny, thank you for the 11 months. I tried making Bumble Friend Finder today, and literally like 95% of the people on there seem weird. It's hard trying to make friends in your late 20s. It is. You might have to just sort through some weirdos. Like, you don't know, maybe someone seems weird. But I also think, like, I seem weird. You might just need to give it a shot, you know? Try out some of the weirdos, and maybe they're weirdos in like a good way. Yeah, it is hard to market yourself. I can't imagine how the hell, if I were marketing myself on Bumble Friend, like what would I how would I market myself? I'm a Libra. You don't seem weird, girl. You have so much charisma. I think everyone is weird. Some people are just not good weird, you know? Like I definitely have my weirdness, but I don't think it's like, it's not like a creepy weird. There's levels to it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I tried Bumble Friend, then I got embarrassed just making my profile. Man, I'm honestly thinking about if I had to use that. I think I would be more nervous using Bumble Friend than as like a dating app. Kill the party that cringes, not the cringe. Yeah, true. Okay. Well, I guess we'll get started on some news. Uh, 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 okay. I actually decided I'm not going to do like all bleak news today. Well, yeah. I mean, it's like there's some bleak stuff, but not in a way that I think is just going to be ultimately depressing. You know what we'll start off with? We'll start off with some good shit. We'll start off with some good shit. Okay. So, first of all, I meant to address this yesterday. Where is Timothy Chalamet? Is he alive? Is he dead? This is the scariest Club Chalamet tweet I've seen. So if you don't know, Club Chalamet is a 60-year-old woman who is who runs this account, Club Chalamet, and she is obsessed with Timothée Chalamet. She's insane. Yes, she's 60 years old. She's insane. And she went viral, and we've been obsessed with her ever since here in this community. She went viral after pictures of Timothy and Kylie Jenner, who he's dating, made the rounds when they were at Beyonce's Renaissance concert, and they were like making out, and he was also smoking inside. Anyway, so Club Chalamet held a Twitter space afterwards for all the other brokenhearted 50-something-year-old women who are obsessed with Timothée Chalamet. And she was just like going on and on about how Kylie doesn't even know Timothy, that he loves Italian food, but she's never seen them like Olive Garden, you know, Italian food. Like that's the real shit. And anyway, like the internet then became aware of Club Chalamet, and people have been like, obsessed now with Club Chalamet. Isn't it crazy times we live in, where if you're a crazy enough stalker and parasocial freak like Club Chalamet, you can get a little bit of notoriety. So anyway, Club Chalamet tweeted this a couple days ago. She tweeted this. And she always puts her tweets on only accounts that Club Chalamet follows or mentioned can reply. So the quote tweets are always insane. And she tweeted, "It took 9 days of begging, pleading, lying, deal-making, threats, bi-coastal stalking, manifesting, but it happened today. I am hashtag concerned and wondering hashtag where is Timothée Chalamet?" Because the thing about Club Chalamet, she has literally stalked him. She has stalked him. She has stalked his sister, not in a way where it's like the cops getting involved, but she is, women can't have hobbies anymore. God forbid a woman has a hobby. So I literally don't know who else this tweet could be referencing. What is this about? You know what it's giving? It's giving Annie Wilkes from Misery. Like, bro, I've seen this movie. I know what's coming. Timothée Chalamet, R.I.P. your ankle. Timothée Chalamet's ankle is in serious trouble. Where is he? That's the question. We don't know. We do not know. Did they ever find the wax statue of Timothy? I don't know, but I also don't really care to find out, because I have made up my mind that Club Chalamet stole the wax statue of Timothée Chalamet. So Timothée Chalamet's wax statue went missing, and of course, everyone who's tuned into Club Chalamet was like, "Oh, we know who did this." Wait, his sister's on the Sex Lives of College Girls. Is she? I did know she's an actress. Timmy, only 28 years old, gone too soon. Pauline Chalamet. Yeah, she is. And she's pregnant. Oh my God, Timothée Chalamet is not going to be an uncle. He won't even get to see his niece or nephew or whoever. Whatever comes out of his sister. The tweet saying the wax statue going missing was poo crave, not pop crave. I don't care. I don't care. It's real to me. Like I said, there's certain things that I put away the media literacy, I put away the fact checking, and I just go, yeah, this is true. I just go, oh yeah, Club Chalamet stole Timothy Chalamet's wax statue. She currently has it in her house and then realized, you know what? That's not good enough. This is just a taste. I need the real thing. And so Timothy Chalamet is currently in Club Chalamet's basement. What do you think? How do you think, like Annie Wilkes, Annie Wilkes like wanted Paul Sheldon, who's her favorite writer, I couldn't remember his name. She wanted him to write a follow-up novel and like change things. So what do we think Club Chalamet is trying to get Timothy Chalamet to do? Wonka, the sequel to Wonka. She's like, she also has kidnapped the writer of Wonka. She's kidnapped the whole Wonka team, and she's like, you guys are going to do Wonka 2 so that Timothy can get his Oscar. Because it is a shame that Timmy did not get the Oscar for Wonka. So we are not leaving here until we've done Wonka 2. And also, I would like to be the love interest. Write me in. She Willie on my Wonka. That's what I think is going on. Let's see if there's follow-up tweets. Like, how do you just drop a tweet like that? Let's see what's going on here. God, she kind of tweets a lot. Okay, so here's the OG tweet where everyone was like, did you kidnap Timothy Chalamet? Oh, here she is being the fucking scab that she is again. The reason why I was so upset about how the San Diego Comic-Con would be affected by the actors writers strike last year was because I was anticipating covering the Warner Brothers and Legendary panels on Dune and Wonka, but that never happened. Yeah, she's a film critic. Okay. The strikes almost ruined the event last year. My press pass has arrived today. I'm so excited to cover the con this year. I don't know what Warner Brothers and Legendary planned this year, but I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. How are you feeling right now? Oh, I think this was after new photos of Timothy and Kylie had resurfaced of them wearing like their masks and traveling. And I guess they haven't been spotted together for a while. So I think that's what I like, that I'm now the interpreter of Club Chalamet tweets. So I think this Club Chalamet tweet, how are you feeling right now, is in response to that. Options: I don't care anymore. Disappointed. Loving it. Love Slurpee. You know that everyone, like all of us in here who are obsessed with Club Chalamet's insanity, clicked this option. Need it to be over. That's the final one. And loving it. Love Slurpee. Slurpee is the nickname that Club Chalamet has come up with for Kylie Jenner. Lily Rose Depp, who Timothy Chalamet previously dated, was Champagne. And Kylie is Slurpee. It's an insult. Okay. Let's see what else she's tweeted. I have blocked a lot of people. Please never block me. There are so many immature, mean-spirited, unhinged folks that I should not have to deal with. These are fans and non-fans alike. Negative people with troll tendencies suck. Please do not write me asking me to unblock your friend. I make the decision to block someone based on comments they post and DMs they send. Moving forward, all blocks are permanent. The fandom is not in a healthy place, and I cannot allow that to affect me. Some exciting news about Timothy is forthcoming. Is it that you kidnapped him and you're getting Wonka too? And that's what I'm looking forward to. All fans have the ability to focus on Timmy news that brings them joy. If you want to be miserable and analyze if you should still remain a fan, that's on you. Drama, man. I mean, I love when people make announcements on Twitter about how the rules are now for like blocking people. Just so everyone knows. It's like, I don't think people really care. I wrote a new post at the Club Chalamet forums. Oh my God. Based on the latest dude, I fucking told you this is what it was about. Based on the latest backgrid pap photos of Timothy in LA on 6/29/24. Yes, I knew it. And the fandom's reaction to those images. I am officially declaring that the Timothy Chalamet fandom is on life support! And I'm going to distance myself from it. Club Chalamet was created in early 2018 because I was alienated by the younger fans, and I needed to carve out a place for a fan of my age and maturity. Girl, you really thinking that you're out here mature? Okay. A fan of my age and maturity to enjoy chatting with others about Timmy and his career. But with the gossip of the past year, there's been a locust invasion and fusion of people who are fans of a person who has been associated PR-wise with Timmy. She's referring to Kylie Jenner. She still refuses to say that they are dating. But and they have contaminated the Chalamet fandom. That's the best word I can think of. Contaminated. Also, so-called actual fans of Timmy have been leaving the fandom and have announced that they are no longer fans of his because of his personal dating life. If you are going to stop supporting Timothy because of his personal life, you were never fan in the first place because your support of him is based on conditions that you want him to adhere to. But he's a grown adult, and he makes the decisions he makes on his own accord, and we have to deal with it. We may not like or agree with those decisions, but he's still a good human being with talent worthy of celebrating. I've had to block way too many people in the past several months, and it is what it is. But today, I'm going to distance myself from the overall fandom and just continue to do... She's going solo, you guys! And just continue to do what I do best with Club Chalamet. And that is to be supportive of Timothy and focus on his career. I will continue to make comments about public appearances related to his personal life because it is public news. And to pretend to ignore it will be to ignore a popular news story and allow a certain media narrative to be amplified in the media unchecked. If TPTB wants to continue to fan the flames of this situation, as a fan, I'll be there to give a cheeky side eye and move along focusing on my career. What the fuck is TPTB? I'm out of context for this one. I can be both a super positive fan of Timothy Chalamet and a fan who questions gossip news that has caused so much harm to the fandom that I've been a part of for nearly 7 years. Oh, the powers that be. Okay, I see. I was thinking it was like Timothy penis, Timothy butt. Club Chalamet is here to stay, and I no longer feel any affiliation with the larger Timmy fandom. She is out, y'all. She's gone solo. It's Club Chalamet or nothing. Club Chalamet is where it's at. She's turning into a splinter cell. Blossbam, thank you for the 21 months, and Falcon, thank you for the 10. Damn. Major drama. Major drama. See, I don't believe that this photo was actually posted on the 30th because I still think that Timothy is in Club Chalamet's house. I'm Club Chalamet. Your Club Chalamet. She said, match my freak or leave. Yeah. I like that we have a new copy pasta. Yeah, we need proof of life, not proof of merch, please. Hello. All right. Well, that's our Club Chalamet update. And we may be getting Wonka 2 sooner than expected. So, for all you Wonka fans out there, good news. Good news. Okay, another thing that I just have to point out. Who watched my late night episode with Cutie where we were surmising that JoJo Siwa doesn't actually have fans. She has haters. Because Cutie was like, who are these people? Who are these people at JoJo Siwa's concerts? And I said, maybe they're not fans, but they're actually haters. And they just are there to hate. Well, look at this. Okay. So this was JoJo Siwa's New York Pride concert. Here she is. She just had announced, I think she had just announced that she like has a new song or something.
Who the living fuck just booed me?
Ah! Somebody booed her.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Someone booed her.
Which one of you? Which one of you?
Fight! People are screaming. People are screaming. Fight! 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 These people want chaos. That's why they're here. They want the chaos.
Respectfully, fuck you.
I would pay so much money to see JoJo fight someone on stage. You know what I want? I want her to like do a move straight out of WWE where she just flies into the crowd. I've heard rumors this was staged. I don't even care. I don't even care.
Who the living...
I want this to be full on WWE. Okay, and then this happened. At one point, JoJo Siwa went on a long, strange rant about her haters. And at the end, it amounted to her asking, so does anyone want to hear my new song I wrote? And the crowd paused and went, no! And she did it anyway. I think that I have now been proved correct that the people who show up to JoJo Siwa's concerts are just straight up haters. JoJo Siwa's Chapel Roan's Waluigi. She's still selling tickets, true. Is there any other artist who is like this? Who wants to hear the new song that I wrote? No! Oh my God. She really should just go full WWE. You know, like, she's not a serious artist and she's not good. So she just needs to like lean into that vibe. Like running off the stage. And of course, this will all be like scripted and planned, but just like leaping off the stage and tackling paid actors, like stunt people. If I were her team, this is what I would be pitching. I would be like, okay, I've got an idea. I know how we're going to make you the biggest artist in the world. Yeah, give me a cage match. Give it all to me. I hear Cinna can get us in.
And the UI is annoying, so use WASD.
That is not JoJo Siwa. It's Cinna.
Who the fuck? Oh, I've heard her.
She do.
I've heard her say before that people say JoJo Siwa is her doppelganger.
Sound like JoJo
Bro,
Siwa,
that's so
though.
fucked up. That is so fucked up.
Hey, Senna,
What does she say?
Not the
She's-
fucking kid,
What does she say? She goes, Dream, guest on my podcast?
Yo, you really do sound like what the fuck?
Senna and I should do a stream where we're just talking as JoJo Siwa. Hey guys! I would blast for 5 minutes because that is so hard on your voice. Who wants to hear my new song? Just respectfully, fuck you! Yeah, it would be 5 minutes and I'd be like, I can't do this anymore. Oh my God. You know, JoJo Siwa, she's keeping us entertained. I guess. Like everything I see on her is so cringe, but it really is like a car accident that you can't look away from. I can't tear my eyes away. Same with Club Chalamet. Like, I'm in it. I know too much. Definitely celebrity in the Idiocracy universe, yes. JoJo sounds like Naruto, I know. I know. Who the living fuck just booed me? Respectfully, fuck you! I cannot even do that. My vocals. Oh my God. All right. Let's move on to the next story. So the main stories that I have for tonight are this Robert Kennedy Vanity Fair article, which has lots of explosive stuff in it. It's like diarrhea. And he there's one part in particular we're going to look at, which is bad. And he went on Breaking Points today and was addressing the allegations. And he really did a terrible job. Oh my gosh, you saw the trailer for Peak Season? Wait. Thank you for that reminder. I wanted to show you guys. This is the movie that mine and Will's friends made a couple years ago that's finally getting a theatrical release. And then will be available on streaming. And we both had parts in the film, and it's great. Here's the trailer.
You're not supposed to be sleeping in your car here.
Think you all move. Try to pause a little longer on that backstroke. You know, no stress, man, no stress.
Had it all to ourselves.
You want to go skinny dipping in the hot tub.
I'm in the middle of this thing right now. This is my fiance, Amy.
Max?
Fiona?
Fiona is a family friend.
That's right.
I did arrange for a welcome gift, fishing lessons, 8 a.m.
That's
tomorrow
me.
morning.
So cool. Fishing lessons.
Yeah.
You must be Amy.
Yes.
Hi, Lauren.
It's cozy back here. Looks good for naps.
I take naps back there every night.
So what's the story here? Why this life?
I don't know, I moved out here when I was 20 and sort of fell in love with it. I do what I want, when I want, how I want.
That's a Camila Cabello song.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who that is?
No, who would you just say?
Camila Cabello?
It's true. Whoever that is speaking truth.
Well, good luck being a skid.
Oh, I make my own luck, cowgirl.
Bye.
Bye.
What'd you get up to today?
Did a long hike with Lauren, the fishing guide.
So 10 million years ago, the Earth's crust formed these faults that produce earthquakes. And this slow pressure over time created this magnificent geological feature we see before us.
How was hanging with Lauren? You guys have fun?
What's Max like?
He's very smart, very ambitious. Always figured we'd get married, and now that that is imminent, it's a bit scary.
Well, you deserve to be with someone great.
Thank you.
You all right?
Yeah, I just wish I didn't overthink things all the time.
You're gonna feel better when you get home, I promise.
You have to go.
Do you have to stay? This must happen to you all the time, huh?
No, not like this.
Yay! I'm very excited for them. It's been a long process to get a distributor for the film and get a theatrical release. So it's very exciting. They worked so hard on it. It really is so good. So good. 100% on Rotten Potatoes. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Can we see your part again? You in the trailer? Yeah. Here you go.
Max?
Fiona? Fiona is a family friend?
That's right.
I did arrange for a welcome.
There you go. Will's not in the trailer, but he's very funny in the movie. He's also, it's short-haired Will, and he fucked up because he had to film like 3 different scenes, and he filmed 2 of them, and then he decided to cut his hair and bleach it blonde, but they still had another scene of his to film. So they just put a bandana on him because it's a kitchen scene, but you can like you can tell that his hair is different. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Not a big deal. Yes, Will and I are in the movie. We're not in any scenes together, but we're both we both like play pretty comedic roles. Yeah, so that's very exciting that they have their trailer out, and it will be let's see when it's being released. Okay, so it will open on August 2nd in select cities including LA, New York, Chicago, Atlanta, DC, and more. Fun. Slay. Alrighty. Okay. Can we do a deep dive in the Karen Reed trial? Yes. That has been on my list of something that I want to I want to cover on stream. I have not had a chance to like look into it. I know basics, but I want to do a deep dive on stream one of these days. Sorry, I have like shit in my throat. Oh my God, that's right. So this is Claudia Restrepo, who worked at BuzzFeed back in the day. So the 2 guys who directed this film, wrote and directed it, are also BuzzFeed guys. So and then like a lot of the actors are also former BuzzFeed people. Claudia went viral for this video where she said, "This is why I hate video games, because it appeals to the male fantasy." And it has haunted her for years. She's like, I wish I could go back. I wish I could go back and never have had this happen. It's a great meme, TBF. Yeah, it's a great meme. And it's almost 10 years old, I think. But men got so angry and are still angry. Like, have not been able to move past it. I have never seen the original video. But I guess this, like, I don't know, because they were just doing so much at BuzzFeed. They were just like constantly making videos and putting stuff out. And yet now there's men who cry when the video games don't go above and beyond to make them horny. So was she wrong? It's a good question. Claudia never wants to talk about. Oops, sorry. Oops. She never, ever wants. Every time I've been with her. Like the first time I found out about this, because I didn't know about this at all, and she was like, "Oh my God, this was the beginning of the end." Does she hate them? No. She says has years later been like, "I don't hate video games." This was during Gamergate. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, if she looked familiar in that trailer, that's because of this meme and this BuzzFeed video from years ago. I hated her when I was 16 in my anti-feminism phase, not gonna lie, whoopsie. A lot of people hated her. So she was like, "Oh my God, I just wish I could go back and take all this back." But I said to her, I was like, "Well, if you want to just keep going, start streaming. You can say this kind of stuff all the time and it'll just be a constant storm of shit and hate." I talked to you less than 12 hours ago. How did you hurt yourself between then and now? Because I'm feeling the effects of chained together. Like my body is feeling all those falls, all of the oopsies that we had. Every bone in my body is broken. I'm an empath. What can I say? I thought it was the vax. It was a lot of things. Really, it's hard to point to just one particular cause. All right, let's see what's going on with the Young Thug trial.
And welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. I'm Jesse.
Okay. Oops. Okay. So, we covered Young Thug's trial a couple weeks ago. And it was right after, well, yeah, I think it was a couple weeks ago. It was right after the drama of the prosecution meeting with the judge and a witness who was refusing to testify. And Young Thug's defense attorney claimed that this was improperly handled because he was not made aware of this meeting at all. And so he brings it up to the judge, and the judge just keeps hounding him like, "Who told you about it? Who told you about it?" When the question was like, "What happened at this meeting?" We were not allowed to be there. And as the judge, you're supposed to have informed me right away that this meeting had happened. Like if it was determined that it was not necessarily, that we were not needed to be there, okay, but we needed to be made aware of it right away. That didn't happen. There's just been a lot of shit. This judge is, this judge should have recused himself a long time ago. So many problems with this trial, so much drama, such a shit show. And the latest is that the trial has now been put on hold indefinitely. Young Thug is on trial for racketeering charges. The prosecution is trying to get his record label on RICO charges by saying they're not actually a record company, or they're not actually a record label. They are a gang who disguises their gang activity through music. He has been in jail. He's been in Fulton County jail in Fulton County, Georgia for the last almost 2 years. And that jail is hell on earth. He's been denied bail he's been denied bond multiple times. And the prosecution, in what has caused a lot of controversy, has been citing his lyrics and pictures from Instagram as proof of guilt of gang activity. So using lyrics from his music to say, aha, see, Young Thug admitted to his crimes in this song. Listening to the judge and to the prosecution read the lyrics has been the most embarrassing thing ever. Yeah, literally the Key and Peele skit, which we watched. So anyway, the racketeering trial has been put on hold indefinitely. Judge Earl Glanville was accused of misconduct, according to the New York Times and BBC. On Monday, the judge agreed to send a motion for his recusal from the trial for another judge to weigh in, and that the trial would remain in recess until then, which is good because that judge needed to get the fuck off that case. Thug's defense attorneys have claimed that the judge held an improper meeting with prosecutors and a lead witness. Glanville has denied multiple motions for recusal in the last few weeks. Jurors have not heard arguments for 2 weeks, the Times reported. Young Thug's attorney, Brian Steele, then the judge had sentenced Thug's attorney, Brian Steele, to jail time. Like, he was holding him in contempt because he refused to tell him who had told him about the meeting. But then his jail time was he was released. Like, he didn't end up going to jail. The judge said that he would release a transcript of the meeting, according to the outlets. So, yeah, TBD. This trial has been taking so long already. If I were to guess, it's probably going to be another 2 years minimum.
Weber, and thanks for joining us. So we are still following the trial of Jeffrey Lamar Williams, a.k.a. rapper Young Thug, and his co-defendants. Now, remember, the well-known rapper is charged under the racketeering statute, and prosecutors say that the rapper and his co-defendants are part of a criminal street gang known as Young Slime Life, or YSL. The defense is saying that is not the case, that YSL stands for the rapper's record label, known as Young Stoner Life, and that there's nothing nefarious going on here. Well, today, Judge Earl Glanville has paused all matters in the YSL RICO trial until there is a new judge to decide whether he should be removed from the case. And this came after defense attorney Brian Steele caught wind of an ex parte meeting that took place with the prosecution, Judge Glanville, and key witness Kenneth Copeland and his attorney, Kayla Bumpus. Now, Steele believes that the meeting took place because Copeland admitted to the shooting death of Donovan Thomas Jr. So with that, I wanted you to take a moment when Glanville made this announcement earlier today. Let's take a listen.
As then transitioning to the last matter the court wanted to put on record, upon further review, this court will in fact enter.
The judge's little speech about allowing the motion for recusal to be heard by another judge is such bullshit. He acts like he's being above board and fair when he really was basically advised that continuing to rule on his own recusal was unethical. Well, the Supreme Court justices do it, so he's just following in the footsteps of the highest court in the land. Clarence Thomas being like, I've investigated myself and decided that I don't need to recuse myself from January 6 cases of which my wife played a part because there's no conflict of interest, I have decided.
An order sending Mr.
Anonymous,
Adams and
thank you for the
Steele's,
gifted.
Mr. Weinstein, and Mr. Banks'
Minor threat, thank you.
motion to recuse to another judge pursuant to Uniform Superior Court Rules 25.1 through 25.7 in the method and manner prescribed by our local rules. So this written order is entered. I will enter the order transferring it, and until such time as those two things are decided, then we'll be in recess until that time. And we will just inform our jurors that they're until this is, they're not supposed to come back on Monday until Monday anyway. So I will have Deputy Ingram and Ms. Umana indicate to them that they are still on recess and we're continuing to work. So that's all I have for you at this point in time. Okay.
All right. Well, joining me right now, I have a special guest. I'm joined by
aggressive.
attorney Doug Weinstein, who represents Diamante Kendrick, a.k.a. Yak Gotti, in this case. Doug, thanks so much for coming on. No secret, you have been very active in trying to get Judge Earl Glanville removed from this case. You filed multiple motions to have him recuse himself. What was your reaction to today's announcement?
Well, I was surprised that he finally got to this point. It's an announcement he really should have made back on June 12th when I initially filed this motion. He was required at that time to stop the trial, consider my motion, and I think based on the affidavit that I filed and everything else, he should have sent it off to another judge to hear the recusal. So I'm glad he finally got to this point. I'm just sorry that it took, almost 3 weeks to get here, that I had to petition the Georgia Supreme Court and then file another petition in Fulton County last Friday before we got here.
Why do you think he did it now? Do you think there was pressure from some area? Do you think that he was realizing he maybe should have assigned this to a different judge? Why now?
You know, I really can't get into his head and explain why he did that. The only thing that I can guess is that having read the petitions, having considered perhaps...
Are we standing for Young Thug? We're standing for fairness in the legal system, which, like, that's hard to achieve. We're standing for judges not sitting on trials when they very clearly have biases and have mishandled have mishandled things. Yeah, you deserve fair process no matter what. Unfortunately, like, even for the worst criminals in the world, I'm not saying that that's Young Thug, but I'm saying, like, that is still the truth, even if you're like a fucking serial killer. That's how it, that's like what we have to, it's how we have to look at the legal system. And of course, there's a lot of problems within the legal system. So it doesn't, it doesn't work all the time.
Having had counsel from an attorney that would represent him in these petitions for writs of mandamus, perhaps he learned that this is something he should have done a few weeks ago. And I'm glad he finally got to this point because it shortcuts this current petition that I have filed.
Human rights are for all, otherwise it's just privilege. Yep.
And we can go right to the main issue, or this main side issue, which is, should he recuse himself?
And by the way, do we have any sense of when that decision would come out? I mean, what court it would go to, how the briefing schedule would work, how long the arguments would be? When do you think we could get a resolution of that issue?
Yeah, that's a great question. This is the 4th of July week. The Superior Court here in Fulton County is not going to do anything until he gets his order entered that he referenced today, the order where he is going to send this to another judge for determining recusal. Assuming he gets that in today, then hopefully it would be, Fulton County moves pretty quick. Hopefully it would be assigned to another judge within Fulton County this week or very early next week. I don't think a judge in Fulton County, though, can actually consider this recusal issue.
And explain to us why, because there's a conflict?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you look at the case law in Georgia, and in particular, there's an opinion from the Georgia Judicial Qualification Commission, who kind of governs the judges here in Georgia, that a judge within a particular circuit cannot hear another case involving a judge in that same circuit. So I think whatever judge ends up with this in Fulton is going to have to end up recusing themselves and sending it off to another circuit, or it's going to have to be sent off to another circuit.
And for our viewers who don't know why is it you're asking for Judge Glanville to recuse himself at this point in time?
Well, the motion that I filed and presented to the judge on June the 12th is a little different than the one that Brian Steele filed the following week. The reason that I'm asking for recusal is because specifically of the ex parte hearing that he held with Mr. Copeland without us present, without our knowledge, where there seemed to be an attempt to keep it secret from us, given his attitude and how he acted from the bench once he found out that we learned about it. So the conduct of that ex parte hearing, what happened within the hearing, and then you add on to that the fact that he did not take the actual recusal motion and follow the rule on that. So there's a couple of violations, I think, of the Judicial Code of Conduct that would merit his recusal just within this, just within that week, just on the 10th and the 12th. I believe you'll have to look at Brian Steele's motion. I think he complains of of more than that, but Brian's treatment in court has been different than my treatment in court.
Can we talk about that for a
Yeah, the judge went fucking ape shit on him, knowing that this meeting happened, and kept asking, like, the only question he kept asking was, who told you? Who told you? You tell me who told you, or else I'm going to hold you in contempt. And Brian was like, snitches get stitches.
For a second, your treatment in court, because you had a very interesting back and forth with Judge Glanville. And correct me if I'm wrong, you said, are you not concerned about, or do you have any interest in removing the cloud over this case? And Judge Glanville basically responded to you and said, basically be careful with what you're saying. What did you mean by that? And what did you take away from Judge Glanville's response?
Well, I believe he quoted Walter White from Breaking Bad to me, and he said that he reminds me of my professional responsibilities and that I should tread lightly.
Bro, that is so funny, because when we covered this the first time, we compared Brian Steele to Saul Goodman. Like, we brought up the Breaking Bad thing as well. We're like, this guy's like Saul Goodman. He will do anything.
My intent on telling the judge that, or suggesting to the judge that perhaps giving me a certificate of immediate review so that an appellate court could review his decision on my recusal motion might be good, because I did believe, and I still believe, that there's a cloud that's been cast over this case due to that ex parte meeting that he held. And yeah, he was not happy with me about that, and did tell me to tread lightly. But, you know, I have obligations to my client. So I represent Diamante Kendrick with Katie Hingerty and with Jay Apt. He may tell me to tread lightly, but I have to do what's in my client's interest. And it's certainly in Mr. Kendrick's interest to remove the judge based on his actions in that ex parte meeting that he held.
The Judge Glanville, responded also by saying that this was just about you didn't like his ruling, and that if there was ever a case where attorneys disagree with the judge's rulings, then they immediately would be able to file recusal motions. That's the way that he characterized it. What did you make of that?
It is the way he characterized it. And, you know, we've been in trial for 18 months. And if I wanted to ask for recusal, or if any of
months. 18 fucking months.
us wanted to ask for recusal based on rulings that have gone against us, we could have done it scores, maybe hundreds of times over the last 18 months. It was a mischaracterization of the motion. I don't know why he put it that way. I attempted to correct him in court, which you can see, but that was the position that he took. He did somewhat change that in the written order that issued 2 days later. But again, I think that written order had errors in it as well. So I don't know why he characterized it that way from the bench. I was not complaining about any particular order that he gave or any rulings that he made. I was complaining of conduct, and I'm still complaining of conduct.
And let's amplify that a little bit, because one of the allegations is that in this ex parte meeting, that Judge Glanville essentially, and this has been put forward by Brian Steele, intimidated Copeland and said that you have to testify because Copeland was resisting to testify. And then Copeland had suggested that he was going to go take the stand and say that he was involved in the shooting death of Donovan Thomas. Do you believe that Judge Glanville engaged in witness intimidation?
Well, you know, if you read my motion that I filed on the 12th, I have an affidavit there, and I have the same source as Brian Steele, and that source told both of us that Judge Glanville was involved with the prosecution in coercing Kenneth Copeland to testify, and that is just not appropriate conduct from the judge. Now, the judge is not in a position to refute that, at least on considering my motion to recuse. If he wants to refute that later, perhaps the transcript will show that my source was completely wrong. But again, that's why I've been asking for the transcript. And in the written order that the judge gave us on the 12th of June, he doesn't really deny what I state in my affidavit, which is the same as pretty much as what Brian Steele said in court. He doesn't really refute that in the order. He just says that I lack additional evidence to support that affidavit. But of course, how can I have that evidence if he's refusing, at least at that time, providing the transcript?
How do you think Judge Glanville's been doing overseeing this case, which is a massive case, very complicated case, over almost a year of jury selection? What's your views on how he's presiding over this trial?
Well, I think that he's in a very difficult position. It's a very complicated, complex case that the state has brought. I think he's been trying hard. I think he's been trying to do his best. I believe that I suspect he believes that he's making rulings that are unbiased. And I have.
Somebody said, wait, sorry, I saw a question about who is this lawyer? I think someone was asking that. This is Doug Weinstein. He's one of the defense lawyers. He is representing Yak Gotti, one of the 5 co-defendants who's being tried alongside Young Thug. So Young Thug's main defense lawyer is Brian Steele. He's the guy who got into it with the judge, who the judge then said he was going to throw him in contempt, that he was going to jail him. And then they appealed it, and his temporary jailing was overturned. So this is just one of the other defense lawyers who's defending one of the other co-defendants, because they're charging them under RICO, so they're charging them all together.
I have
Kendall,
tried to
thank you for the
believe that that's
11
really the
months.
case. But after what I learned occurred in chambers on June the 10th, I'm going back now and questioning a lot of my beliefs. But up until that time, I really didn't believe that he was making his best efforts to handle a very complex and unwieldy case brought by the Fulton County DA's office.
I imagine that you will echo a lot of legal commentators who took issue with Brian Steele being essentially held in contempt of court if the Georgia Supreme Court didn't step in. When that happened, what was your reaction that Judge Glanville was going to hold him in criminal contempt for not revealing the source of the information, for not revealing how he knew about the ex parte meeting? That's why he was held in contempt of court.
I was shocked that the judge would have done that. I think you've heard from people, I'm sure you've heard from people about Brian Steele's absolutely sterling reputation for integrity and professionalism.
Are the judges elected or appointed? Elected. So Judge Glanville, who's in this case, actually just was reelected.
And when the last lawyer I could ever imagine being in contempt of court would be Brian Steele. So having seen him held in contempt, I was just stunned by that. And I kind of believed it was an effort by Judge Glanville to deflect from his conduct during the morning of the 10th and that ex parte hearing, and change the focus onto Brian Steele. Where did you learn of that information, Mr. Steele? That's not really the issue, and that's not the issue that Brian was bringing up. Where he learned of it isn't important. What's important is what happened in that meeting.
Mm-hmm. And let's just finalize it on this point. If another judge, whether it's from a different county or whatnot, decides that Judge Glanville should recuse himself, what is going to happen with this trial? Does it start from all over again? Do you start from jury selection? What do you think is going to happen if that happens?
Well, I can tell you what the law says on a trial where you have a recusal of a judge, which is in Georgia, if there's a recusal of the judge, you're supposed to essentially rewind the case to the point where the judge should have recused himself. When I presented the judge with my motion on the 12th of June.
Are judges voted into office? Are you meaning like in general? Yes. Yeah. Judicial elections happen all the time, and that's why it's like really important to know who judges are. Like when you're going to the ballot box, oftentimes it's something that, like, especially if there's a presidential election going on, you know, people have paid attention to that. They've paid attention to the big national races, but they haven't paid attention to, not all of them are elected. Right. Some judges are appointed. And what was I saying? Anyway, when there are judicial elections, though, it is important to know who these judges are and be aware of like their track records, because a lot of times people don't, they're not really paying attention. And so for judicial elections, often you have judges being voted in who like have no business being there. And it is hard sometimes to find information on them. A lot of times it's just name recognition. You're like, oh, I remember seeing that judge's name on a flyer or on a yard sign. Like, that's how a lot of people vote. It's literally like, do you even recognize anyone's name on the ballot here? They don't have to be a lawyer or pass the bar to be elected as a judge. Yeah, isn't that crazy? It's a mix of elections and federal appointments. Yes, but like, I think someone was specifically asking about Glanville, and he was elected. He was just recently reelected. What was the other part of your question? Does he have like a history of being against gang affiliation violence and want to be harsh with defendants that are convicted? I don't know that. Sorry, I don't have the answer to that. I haven't seen anything. I haven't dug like too deeply into his past, but I haven't seen anything in like the research that I've done just with this case.
And he denied it. At that point, what he was supposed to do was do what he did today, which is send our motion to another judge. He failed to do that. So you have to rewind to that point. I don't see how a new judge unwinds the case to June the 12th. If memory serves me and my notes are correct, the jury has heard evidence from Copeland. There have been arguments. There have been rulings from the judge. How do you unwind this case to June the 12th? I don't see how you unwind this case. How does the jury unhear the testimony from Copeland that they heard? I think it's very difficult to rewind the case at this point.
Wow. Doug Weinstein.
See, that's what's always, that's the thing that's tough, is when something is said in court and then, one of the lawyers will say like, objection, like this needs to be stricken from the record, blah, blah, blah. And then the judge sometimes will decide like, yes, this needs to be stricken from the record, but it's already been said. Like, the jury has ears and they're human. And so you can tell them that like, this needs to be stricken from the record. But I always thought it was like kind of a weird loophole to say things that you want the jury to know, but that is not going to go through as far as like being allowed to remain on the record. So you just like say shit, and it is a tactic lawyers use and they know not to overuse it. Right. But when there's something that you really want the jury to know, and you know that you are going to, there's going to be an objection, the judge is going to get pissed, you just say it anyway, if it's important enough. The judge will, it's a whole like eternal sunshine of the spotless mind thing going on. Their memories are surgically removed.
Diamante Yakgati, Kendrick's attorney, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time. Thank you. It's been an illuminating conversation, trying to see what happens. Yeah, no, of course. And we're going to keep everybody posted with the new happenings in that Georgia courtroom as it goes on.
Okay, so that's the update there. Trial is indefinitely on hold. Continues to be a fucking mess. Just an absolute fucking mess. And I mean, it seems terrible to start all over again, because it's been 18 months. Thug has been in jail like the whole time, in one of the worst fucking jails in Georgia, and to have to start all over, even though like, yeah, it's been messy. When the jury is deliberating, they have full transcripts of statements. Anything stricken from the... Yes, I understand it won't appear in the transcripts, but it is still one of those things that, like, that can affect the jury when they're like, Oh, no, I remember that thing. Okay, let's talk about Robert Kennedy Jr. and this huge piece in Vanity Fair. We're not going to read the whole thing. We're just going to scoot down to one specific part. I'm going to grab some water. Hold on. Ow. Ow. Do not fuck your neck up, guys. Try not to fuck anything up, but... okay. No, it happened a couple months ago. I talked about it at the top of stream, but yeah, I fucked my neck up a couple months ago, was working out, like started to work out again, and fucked it up. Long story short. Oh, I was just about to fuck my neck up? Well, aren't you glad I told you not to? I just saved you. Moral of the story, don't work out. Okay. So this was the piece in Vanity Fair today. RFK Jr.'s family doesn't want him to run. Even they may not know his darkest secrets. And oh boy, I'm betting he's got a ton. Based on, actually, I know he has a ton because Robert fucking Kennedy Jr. himself has said that he has a ton of skeletons in his closet. He literally has been like, oh yeah, no, there's a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit about me. I'm like, is that the brainworm talking? Or like, do you not know that when you're running for office, running for president, that's not a good answer? Like, usually it's the opposite that candidates are, trying to achieve here. They're like, nope, no skeletons in my closet. At least he's honest about it. Yeah, just wait until we get, though, down to the part in this that we're going to be talking about. Like, yeah, he's honest about it, but let's hold off on on any further praise. Okay, so I haven't had time to read all this, but I will be going and reading all of it, and I think it'll probably be a pretty interesting piece here. I can link it if anybody wants the whole thing. Okay. Yeah, there's like this scandal where supposedly this is a dog. Like he was eating a dog. I don't know. Whatever. We're going to move past that. Like that's a thing. He said that it was actually a goat. But yeah, he claims it's a goat. What the fuck? Okay, fine. We'll just go up and... Kennedy, pictured in what the file's metadata says was 2010, sent this photo to a friend recently, suggesting the friend tried dog on a trip to Korea. So, like, Kennedy claims that it was actually not a dog. It was a goat. But he has, like, made it seem in the past as if, and not even that much in the past, that it was, in fact, a dog. And a veterinarian who examined the photograph says the carcass is a canine, pointing to the 13 pairs of ribs, which include the telltale floating rib found in dogs. Yeah. Like, not even in the top 10 things that are wrong with him, but a lot of people are like, this is really gross. The Picture's intent seems to have been comedic. Kennedy and his companions are pantomiming, but for the recipient, it was disturbing evidence of Kennedy's poor judgment and thoughtlessness, simultaneously mocking Korean culture, reveling in animal cruelty, and needlessly risking his reputation and that of his family. All right. God, there's so much on the Kennedy family history. I think. Oh, okay, wait. I think it's here where I want to start. Okay. In 1994, Kennedy married Richardson. I'm trying to find her first name. Mary? I think it was Mary Richardson. Whatever. In 1994, Kennedy married Mary Richardson, who had been Carrie Kennedy's best friend since they attended Putney School in Vermont together. She and Bobby had had 4 children, Connor, Kyra, Aiden, and Finn. In the fall of 1998, the Kennedys hired a 23-year-old woman, Eliza Cooney, as their part-time babysitter. She was a recent college graduate, interested in working on environmental causes, and had looked after Carrie's and Max's children in Hyannisport that summer. Cooney moved into Bobby and Mary's family. Oh, it is Mary. Cooney moved into Bobby and Mary's family home in Mount Kisco, New York, taking care of the kids and assisting Bobby at his environmental law clinic at Pace University during the week. One night, Cooney attended a meeting in the family kitchen with Kennedy and another young riverkeeper volunteer named Murray Fisher to discuss business when she felt Kennedy's hand moving up and down her leg under the table. She tried making sense of the incident in her diary, which I have read. In an entry dated November 7th, 1998, she wrote, "From everything everybody says about the Kennedys and their babysitters, they had me worried." Because guess what? Robert Kennedy Jr. is not the only person who has harassed or assaulted babysitters. It's like a Kennedy thing. Like, I have to watch out, be careful. And the other night in the kitchen with Murray, I could have sworn he was touching my leg and hand. It seemed like he thought I was somebody else or he wasn't paying attention. Like he would come to every once in a while and snap out of it, or I would move away. It was like he was on something or really tired or was missing Mary or was testing me. In the back of my mind, I was hoping it wasn't what it actually was, says Cooney, now 48. Reached for comment, Fisher says that he worked closely with Cooney and liked her, but wasn't aware of her alleged experiences with Kennedy at the time and feels bad for her. Weeks later, she discovered Kennedy standing in her bedroom. She saw that her diary, which chronicled her daily activities and detailed her romantic life with a boyfriend, was open next to her bed. And she was shocked when a shirtless Kennedy, then 45, asked her to rub lotion on his back. I thought, "Isn't Mary home?" she recalls. "Doesn't she do this for you?" She did it reluctantly and quickly. It was totally inappropriate, she says, adding that she stopped recording these experiences in her journal, fearing that Kennedy would read them. A few months later, Cooney says she was rifling through the kitchen pantry for lunch after a yoga class, still in her sports bra and leggings, when Kennedy came up behind her, blocking her inside the room, and began groping her, putting his hands on her hips and sliding them up along her ribcage and breasts. My back was to the door of the pantry, and he came up behind me, she says, describing the alleged sexual assault. I was frozen, shocked. He was interrupted by a worker who entered the kitchen. To announce his presence, the man, according to Cooney, said something like, "Don't do anything I wouldn't do," or "Don't do anything you wouldn't want your wife to know about." Cooney stayed on the job for a few more months, but says the experience damaged her confidence and diverted her from environmental work. At the end of her diary, Cooney wrote a list of things to leave behind in 1999, with "bad men" at the top. She kept these incidents secret until the Me Too movement began in 2017, when she first told her mother, Holly. Was I horrified? Of course. Was I surprised? Not really. And not because of the Kennedy name as much as knowing what the culture was, especially in the world of privilege, Holly Cooney told me. I remember when we talked about it the first time, she was agonizing over how public she felt she was ready to go. In the spring of 2023, after Kennedy announced he was running against Joe Biden for the Democratic nomination, she told 2 close friends and a lawyer, Elizabeth Geddes, who had prosecuted the rapper R. Kelly. Getty suggested Cooney could still bring a civil suit against Kennedy under the Adult Survivors Act, but Cooney ultimately decided against it. His candidacy for president impelled her to share her story publicly now. In 2010, RFK Jr. began a relationship with actor Cheryl Hines of Curb Your Enthusiasm fame and separated from Mary Richardson. Richardson had been enthralled by the Kennedys since childhood, and her identity was bound up in the marriage, even as it became an unbearable burden. She fell into alcoholism and depression, according to a new book called Ask Not: The Kennedys and the Women They Destroyed by Maureen Callahan. When Richardson found evidence of one of Kennedy's affairs, she became so hysterical that she'd run out of the house, gotten in her car, backed out of the driveway, and accidentally run over and killed Portia, the family dog. Holy shit. According to Callahan's reporting, Kennedy asked Richardson's therapist to diagnose her as mentally ill, but the therapist who spoke to Callahan for the book declined. Yeah, you just cheat on your wife, you sexually assault the babysitter, and then you're like, hey, will you diagnose my wife as mentally ill? These Kennedys, man. After Kennedy left her, Richardson proposed she lived in the guest house while Kennedy and Hines lived in the main... Oh, my God. While Kennedy and Hines lived in the main house, and that she keep the Kennedy name. He declined and then tried to avoid paying her child support, using his brain fog as a medical excuse for alleged financial straits. His brain fog, which came from the brainworm, FYI. Richardson, her behavior increasingly erratic, eventually lost custody of the children to Kennedy. The Kennedy family, including Carrie, who had once been like a sister to Richardson, began to distance themselves from her. Oh my God, this is horrible. This is horrible. I'm sorry, you guys. On May 16th, 2012, Richardson's housekeeper discovered Richardson hanging from the rafters in the barn. Fucking hell. This is only one part of the Vanity Fair article. And I looked this up because I saw this article in The Guardian and I was like, oh, I got to cover that. But I didn't have time to read this whole thing. My God. After Richardson's death, a sex diary from 2001 that Kennedy kept leaked to the New York Post. According to reporter Isabel Vincent, the back page listed the names of 24 women that Kennedy had been involved with, including a scorecard of how far he got with each woman. Kennedy reportedly described himself as plagued by my lust demons and spoke of being mugged by women who came onto him or responded to his advances, meaning he was somehow targeted by women with whom he had affairs. He once recorded that he was mugged by 2 women at once. Kennedy told the Post, I have no diary from 2001. Oh my God. Kennedy's family and friends weren't surprised. As a former friend of Richardson's recounted to me, Mary says to me, poor Bobby, he's a sex addict. He's taking medication. It's so hard for him. That's how sweet this woman was. My husband is a sex addict. My poor husband. He's sick. Riffing on Nora Ephron's famous quote about her ex-husband, Carl Bernstein, he was, quote, capable of having sex with a Venetian blind. Kennedy's friends would joke, it's safe to say he would sleep with an ottoman. One longtime friend had warned him that he needed to be more discreet. Listen, I'm not being in any way judgmental, this person told him, but you have to rein it in. Everybody in New York has a story. Kennedy insisted that he'd been faithful to his wife and appeared to believe that what he was saying. That was the scary part, the friend told me. He really was pathologically involved with that narrative. The Richardson family has never forgiven Kennedy, privately maintaining that his boorish and insensitive behavior was a factor in Mary's death, hiring an investigative firm to explore a possible wrongful death suit against him and accusing Kennedy of psychological torture. The Kennedys blamed Richardson's depression. Carrie remained loyal to Bobby, who had Richardson's remains buried on a what a fucking asshole! Who had Richardson's remains buried on a Kennedy family plot against the wishes of the Richardsons. Against this backdrop, the tragic deaths of cousins and brothers, the Michael Skakel case, Richardson's suicide, the leaked sex diary, the new marriage to Hines, Kennedy was beginning to discover the cause that would consume him for the next 20 years. And then this is where he gets into all of his anti-vax stuff. Vaccines causing autism. Blah, 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 blah. For Kennedy's inner circle of friends like Kaplan and Karsh, they had stoked his lifelong political aspirations. But most of his old allies gave up hope. He had too many demons, too complicated a past. In 2014, Kennedy married Hines in a wedding attended by a glittering array of friends, including Larry David and Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and moved to Los Angeles. Larry David has regretted this, by the way. The move marked a reinvention of sorts, distancing Kennedy from his East Coast network and perhaps removing some of the built-in guardrails that had tempered his worst impulses. In addition to consulting for companies seeking his environmental seal of approval, he chaired the 501c3 nonprofit Children's Health Defense, which began in 2007 under the name World Mercury Project, and inveighed against vaccines and fluoride in the water. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this is a lengthy piece. Lengthy. A lot of this is about his just continuous anti-vax and other conspiratorial work. The Kennedy family crest is inscribed with the Latin phrase "Avis la fin," which means "consider the end." It's a call to I just feel like Kennedys should retire from politics. It's a call to purpose turned dire warning. The Kennedy legacy was built on the idealism of John F. Kennedy and brother Bobby, whose assassinations made them martyrs for the dream of liberal progress. In the ensuing decades, that dream became freighted with gossip, scandal, tragedy, and infamy, the so-called Kennedy curse, but has remained deeply resonant nonetheless, especially among Democrats. I also want to push back on this idea of the Kennedy curse, because a lot of Kennedys who are so-called victims of the Kennedy curse were fucking monsters. Like, was it a curse or was it them being monstrous? Like, is it, or like not just monsters, but being like extreme narcissists? I hate to say this about JFK Jr., but like, he never should have died. He and his beautiful wife never should have died in that plane crash, because Kennedy had no fucking business flying that plane. So like, was it the Kennedy curse, or was he a narcissist who was not equipped to fly that plane in that terrible weather? John Jr. I mean, really, yeah, rich kid idiot shit. We're like, he is responsible for him and his wife's death. No, it has been like, there is so much has been written about this, and was determined that like he never should. He was not qualified to fly this plane, and the weather was terrible. So like, yes, there's so much tragedy in the Kennedy family, but a lot of that tragedy has come from Kennedy hubris and narcissism and like bad behavior, like monstrous behavior. You believe he died? Oh yeah, I forgot. JFK Jr. is still alive. Still alive. 56 years after the death of Robert Kennedy, the stage belongs to Bobby Jr., even as he has morphed into something closer to Donald Trump than anything related to his father or uncle, cultivating power like Trump has by sowing distrust and peddling misinformation. Kennedy's personal history is not dissimilar to Trump's, a bottomless well of scandal that over time has immunized people against its real-world consequences. The Kennedy name, the fantasy and celebrity of it, is its own shield, blinding people to the fine details. This is what I was talking about when we had the most recent Nepo Baby conversation, where we still have this very strong love and idealism of legacy families. Like, that's why we have the Kennedys still. That's why, like, people have flocked to Robert Kennedy and have ignored a lot of this terrible shit, because we still hold reverence and deep admiration for legacy families, families that are like royal families in the US. So yes, there's been pushback on nepotism, specifically in Hollywood, but make no mistake, there is still, like, deeply entrenched in our society an obsession and an infatuation with legacies. The Kennedy name, the fantasy and celebrity of it is its own shield. As one family member told me, the Kennedy name just swims around in people's heads, associated with sailboats and preppy clothes. Kennedy finds himself in a role that is tailor-made for the pathologies that his family and friends describe. The white knight, the anti-hero, the spoiler, threatening not only what's left of the family legacy, but the democratic enterprise itself. Whereas his ex-wife or his friends were once collateral damage to his pathologies, now it's the entire nation. All of Bobby's oldest friends, nearly his entire family, and even the living aides to RFK Sr. have said that his candidacy is dangerous and unwise and likely to elect Donald Trump, says cousin Stephen Kennedy Smith. But he won't or can't stop. It's sad. I guess that Bobby just has to go where the followers are. The battle is not over. Another Kennedy relative told me that he has warned RFK Jr. that he would become the target of a Democratic machine that would have no choice but to destroy him. They've already destroyed me, Kennedy replied. No, they haven't, the relative said. They haven't come close. That much is true, for now. The question is whether the Kennedy family have the fortitude to break the family oath and level with the public about the brother and cousin they have known for decades. The likelihood, says a person with decades-long personal and professional ties to the Kennedys, is low. Because you pull the Bobby thread, the whole tapestry unravels. It's not just Bobby, it's all of them, this person says. You pull the Bobby thread, the Kennedy myth all comes apart. Behind the scenes, some hope Bobby's own children might come to the rescue. According to a family source, Bobby's son Aiden, 22, son of Mary Richardson and grandson of Bobby Kennedy, signaled that he might try to persuade his father to get out of the race later this year. Would you encourage Bobby to get out? The friend says he asked Aiden. Definitely, was the reply. Reached for comment, Aiden Kennedy said, I never said that. Korean, thank you for the 14 months. Okay, let's watch Kennedy's interview on Breaking Points from today. This is the part where he is asked about the sexual assault allegations.
Last question for you, sir, because I know that you're running on a short time. Vanity Fair came out with a major profile today. I want to give you a chance to respond to this. There's a photo circulating, I believe, of you posing with what looks like a dog, and also a barbecued dog. I'm not going to show the picture as a dog lover. I know you have pets yourself, and also a sexual assault allegation from one of your former nannies. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yeah. Sorry. The article is a lot of garbage. The picture that they said is of me eating a dog. It's actually...
His voice is very hard to listen to, gonna be honest. It's easier to listen to Joe Biden. Such a soothing voice.
In Patagonia, on a whitewater trip many years ago on the Fulaifu River. They say there's they have an expert that has identified that as a dog carcass.
Yeah.
It's just not true. So, and in terms of the...
I gotta be honest, I don't really give a shit about the dog. Like, sorry. It's almost one of those things where, like, I don't know, you find out that someone has these monstrous allegations against them, then it's like, oh yeah, they also one time said a slur. And you're like, okay, yeah, that's terrible. But it's like, not we can't focus on other things. Like, the person is the sum of parts, but it's like, let's not focus on the dog here. Let's hit on the sexual assault. This is like, oh yeah, we need to ask about this picture of the dog, and then also these sexual assault allegations. It's like, okay.
The other allegations. I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I said I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet.
Yikes.
That if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world.
Yikes. This is an insane response to being asked about sexual assault allegations. I have so many skeletons in my closet. If they all got together to vote for me, I could be king of the world. What? Dude. And the first thing he says is, I'm not a church boy. Holy moly. Robert, baby, you are being accused of sexual assault. And your response is, I'm not a church boy. And to remind us that you have so many skeletons in your closet, which makes it seem like the sexual assault is the least bad of them. That like, oh, there's way worse things that I've done than sexually assaulting someone.
So, this Vanity Fair is recycling 30-year-old stories, and I'm not, going to comment on the details of any of them, but I am who I am.
You're talking there about the.
Can we please have someone running for president who's not a fucking monster, man? Like, who does not have sexual misconduct, sexual assault, harassment allegations against them? Is it possible? No. I guess Jill Stein, yeah.
The nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask her. I mean, are you denying it or not?
I guess I should say male candidates.
I'm not going to comment on it.
All right. Well, I gave you the opportunity, and officially it's a go.
Yeah, okay. So he just said right there, sir, I just need to be clear here. You've just said a crazy statement. Are you denying these claims? And he just says, I'm not going to comment on it.
I didn't know necessarily, but what did they say? It's a spare rib of a canine. I think that's what they said for their identification. But we've got it from you. I'll let the anatomy experts be.
Bro, and again, this kind of feels irresponsible of Cigar. How do you pronounce his name again? This is Crystal Bell and Cigar. Sager. Like, why are you going back to the dog, dude? What? Like, you're coming across as a fucking douche, man. You ask about the dog, and then the sexual assault allegations, and he says the craziest fucking shit. And then you go back to the dog, where you're like, yeah, I mean, a veterinarian in the piece was like, there's that extra bone there. So like, it's like a dog. And you're ending on that? Like, is that the most important thing here? Okay.
The ones who can determine that. Sir, I very much appreciate you joining us.
I don't watch Breaking Points. So I'm not familiar with their content, but
for these questions, it's been a big interview for us, and we wish to see you on all 50 ballots and including on the debate stage, because that's what the American people deserve. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Sager.
Absolutely. Hey, if you like that.
Okay, wait, it's Sager? I don't know if I want to trust Robert Kennedy's pronunciation. I'm assuming that's not correct. Crystal's awesome and he's annoying. Luckily, Crystal does most of the talking. Is it like how they kind of paired up in a similar pairing, Brianna Joy and then Robbie Suave, or who's that blonde guy? Yeah. Where they like put a progressive with a libertarian, or He's conservative, nice guy, but conservative. Got it. Yeah, like the conservative voice in the show. I see. I understand. Okie dokie. Yeah, so that was a wild piece that came out in Vanity Fair today. Like I said, once I have time, I'm going to sit through and read through all this because there's a lot in it. A lot. But yeah, we have yet another candidate who is running for president who has sexual assault allegations and amongst many other skeletons in the closet, as he has said himself. So very cool, very great. A little bit here. Let's watch Drew Gooden's video. I've been very excited to watch this.
Day in the life of a...
Okay.
The year is 2002.
Oops.
Day in the life of a lazy teenager who makes...
Okay, this is Drew Gooden's video. AI is ruining the internet. I'll be right back. Hold on. My food just got here. Okay. Coolio. I'm excited to watch this. All right. Oh, that's awkward. Not subscribed. Okay.
makes $21,000 a month using just his phone. The first thing I do when I go on my phone is open YouTube. Then I search for any particular streamer and I screen record their content. Then I head to creo.ai.
Oh, a bunch of you guys already watched this. Sorry, I always want to try to give you heads up when I have things pulled, just in case you're planning on watching it. And I'm like, hey, I'm thinking about watching that, but sorry.
Open YouTube. Then I search for any particular streamer and I screen record their content. Then I head to creo.ai, select my gameplay, and it puts the whole video together for me. Last month, this page alone made me $14,000.
Here's how I make $1 million every day.
Me too.
As a 3-year-old toddler working from home. First, I look for a funny YouTube video, preferably one with a lot of colors and sounds. Then I film my iPad with my phone. Then I upload it to Microsoft's Copilot AI, powered by Bing GPT, and it adds infuriatingly inept Subway Surfers gameplay to the clip. Then I boot my diaper. Then TikTok mails me a check for $200,000, which I'm pretty sure my parents have been using to fund their online gambling addiction. Hey guy, has anyone else noticed how awesome the internet is lately? I, for one, find it so exciting that every website now has their own named version of AI that pops up begging you to use it. You got any questions?
Wait, speaking of AI, where is it? Oh yeah, I meant to talk about this yesterday. There's a lot of AI images of Jesus that have been going around the internet, and he's like sexy. He's like the Chad. He's like Chad Jesus, Zaddy Jesus. So anyway, yeah, these have been everywhere, and it's all it's kind of looks like Wake Wilder. It's like Wake Wilder is Jesus. And a lot of them are him like shirtless, very chiseled, very rugged. This is a picture of Wake Wilder Jesus clutching an old lady who's dying. None of these things are in the Bible, but they're alive in the minds of particularly imaginative Christians. I feel like Christians are kind of doing erotica online using AI images of Jesus. The church has to recruit somehow. They're like, yeah, look, this is our guy. Isn't he sexy? Isn't he so hot? I want to see. I need a picture of Jesus battling shirtless with Satan. But give me like a sexy Satan too, you know what I mean? What's unsettling is how many AI-created images of Jesus are unnecessarily handsome and rugged. Like one of those Instagram influencers, you know Jesus would be an Instagram influencer. If Jesus lived today, he'd be all over it. He'd be all over TikTok. What's up? What's up, guys? An Instagram influencer who wears a lot of pendants and is always wandering barefoot through an island jungle. Okay, why does this kind of look like... Why does that look like Jared Leto, Jesus? Oh, God, no. Oh, God, it's been ruined. They just yesified Jared Leto, and they're like, yeah, that's Jesus. They yesified Jared Leto in their weird pursuit of making Jesus a sex beast. Like, what is this outfit? This is straight up something Jared Leto would wear. Anyway. Yeah, so this is... Oh. Oh. Oh! Oh my God! Jesus on roids? I just need to know, like, who made this? Who made roided up gym bro Jesus? Look, if you're not horny for Jesus, then what are we doing here? Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay. Here's an image of Jesus boxing Satan. Like the Chad that he is. There are other complications that lead to the persistence of handsome AI Jesus. Some AI art experts fear the more AI images that are created, the more the programs that run them will create a kind of feedback loop where the same type of images get generated over and over and over again. These images attract thousands of likes and comments as people scroll by them, despite at times being very obviously manipulated. Many pages offering this kind of content, like, is someone going to be like, this was in the Bible? Many pages offering this kind of content also contain links to questionable websites, spam-like hashtags, or repeated variations of the same type of image. Many AI photos of Jesus also include elements of patriotism or politics, which, through framers' explanation, alter the nature of the depiction. Yeah, like, you know who's making these. These are the same ones who are sexifying Donald Trump. Who are, like, also having Donald Trump look like this. There's one reason why some depictions of AI Jesus include curious details like tattoos, bulging biceps, hairy chests, or soulful dreamboat eyes. These programs don't actually know who Jesus is or what he... I love the idea that Jesus, who lived off of, like, one fish, like, that was... Whatever. The fact that he is so ripped like this. He had, like, water and a fish. Anyway. These programs don't actually know who Jesus is or what he means. They know through what they've been fed that most images of Jesus may look a certain way. Adding more into a prompt introduces more information into the image that may be at odds with what people think a religious image should look like. They don't care. They don't care. They're like, yep, that's good. That's good. All right. Anyway, back to Drew's video. 1 water and 1 fish. Turning water into protein shakes. Hell yeah. That's what Jesus is all about. He's turning water into protein shakes.
Questions for Gemini? Or maybe Murph?
He died for our gains. Oh my God.
No. How about Grok? You need to grok something? It's okay if you do. AI has become completely inescapable, even if you're going to a website where you're not seeking it out and you don't expect it to be. Like, remember when you could search for something on Google and the only thing they would show you was a bunch of relevant websites and results? Boring. That's not what I'm here for. I think it's much better that now they're using artificial intelligence to tell me to jump off. I think it's much better that now they're using artificial intelligence to tell me to jump off a bridge. Hey Google, do I need a parachute while skydiving? Nope, a regular backpack works just as well. Hey Google, can cockroaches live in your penis? Of course they can. How do you think they got the name? Wow, I love living in the future. To me, this is the ultimate example of what the AI craze is doing to tech companies, because for the most part, it's not really doing anything differently than it used to. For a long time now, they've had searches that result in one highlighted answer. This is kind of the same thing, but just rebranded as AI because that makes it sound smarter than it actually is. But it's not like it's carefully compiling all the most reputable results and running it through their fact-checking algorithm. It's still just aggregating it from one place. And because Google recently spent a bunch of money to buy all of Reddit's data, usually that place is just a random Reddit post from like 10 years ago. This one about how you should put glue on your pizza to get cheese to stick to it was from a user named Fucksmith. This one about how you should be eating at least one rock per day is a direct headline from The Onion, perhaps the most famous satire web.
Honestly, I use the internet where I don't question any of this. So if it's telling me to eat one rock a day, I'm doing it, man. I'm not questioning
If they're not even
it.
programming the onion
internet
as
told me.
information the AI should not consider to be factual, I can't imagine any safeguards were put into place. This is so dangerous for someone to read this and think they should be eating one small rock every day, when most doctors would tell you to eat a handful of medium rocks at minimum. One little pebble's not going to do anything. For real though, I do think it's concerning that a website people go to for information and tend to trust, for better or for worse, is so willing to destroy that trust just because they thought this gimmick would make their stock price go up. And it did. The economy makes sense. I'm gonna celebrate by putting gasoline in my...
Eat one rock, put a cockroach in your pants, and that's all you need. Problem solved.
Something I've been kind of interested in lately is the dead internet theory, which if you dig too much into, comes with some weird baggage, makes some pretty ridiculous claims. So I'm just gonna separate the core idea and make it its own thing. But basically just the idea that as time goes on, the internet is turning into a place where most of the content on it is not only produced and managed by AI, but is also being interacted with by AI in this kind of endless loop that doesn't even involve humans at all. Like if you've gone on Quora at all recently, you've probably noticed questions that have been asked by bots, filled with answers given by bots. So what was initially created as a place where people could go to get advice from other people has been overrun by AI just talking to itself. Social media websites are also going...
Yeah, and that's because content that is being produced by AI, it's a loop. So it's just like then you know, the AI produced content is being fed back in. And so it's producing more. So it's like this monstrosity of AI produced information content that then is like it's like inbreeding.
Going through a similar shift right now, but perhaps none more prevalent than
Artificial
Facebook.
incest.
In 2019, Facebook deleted over 5 billion accounts for being fake, which far exceeded the number of real human accounts. And that was before all these programs became as widely available as they are now. At this point, most of Facebook seems to be these giant spam accounts run by bots, posting content created by AI that's being flooded with comments that may or may not have been written by ChatGPT. Today's my birthday, please, please.
And the crazy thing is that if you didn't notice this before, you will start to notice it. If you just like, I don't know, weren't paying attention and thought that these were just all comments, once you're aware, I like myth. Today's my birthday. Please, please, I like myth. But yeah, then you start seeing posts that you're like, wait, that's AI generated. And then you see all the comments underneath. You're like, those are not real people.
I like me. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Amen. 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 As soon as one type of photo becomes successful, you'll start seeing a bunch that are almost exactly the same. A grandma who's turning 1,000,000 years old and just wants to be loved. A comically long truck full of American flags driving down the wrong side of the highway. Soldiers and dog soldiers with mechanical legs. Today, my birthday. No one loves me because I'm poor. Honestly, man, if I had to guess, I think it's actually because of your shoes. Have you tried wearing something less terrifying? Today's my birthday. No, yon lodines because I'm poor. Again, man, I don't think it's cause you're poor. I think it's the shoe. I'm single. I need a boyfriend. I'm available. I'm right here for you both. Can you come to me? I will take you out and show you off to everyone and tell them this is my girlfriend. There's something so eerie about scrolling through Facebook now. It's kind of like if you went to an old mall that's on its last legs, they've only got a few open stores left, there's hardly anyone ever walking around. It would be like if that mall tried to trick you into thinking it's still popular by filling itself with talking mannequins. They're just repeating robotic catchphrases like, what a beautiful day at the mall. I'm going to browse Spencer's for novelty goods. And you're like, who the hell is falling for this? And then you look over at your uncle and he's trying to fuck one of the mannequins. The mannequin has 2 heads and 3 arms and your uncle's completely undeterred by it. That's what Facebook is now. You'll see the
I have seen posts on Twitter that are obviously sex bots, like AI porn accounts, and seeing real dudes commenting underneath, like some 50-year-old named Jeff who thinks that that's like a real person. What is this? What do you mean? That's Farmer Girl. What's the problem? That's what a farmer girl looks like. I need husband. I am single. Am from USA. #boom challenge.
Most freakish photos go viral.
That's like something out of the follow-up to Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz 2, which is one of the most cursed movies in the world. Return to Oz.
On there, and they're filled with comments from middle-aged dudes like, you may be a little unusual, oh quirky one, but God makes no mistakes. I will pray for you. Now please DM me so I can show you my penis. And honestly, I don't even know if Facebook wants to put a stop to this. All they're ever gonna care about is keeping people on their platform. And if this is what gets them to scroll longer and see more ads, they probably love it. Or at least they'll love it until advertisers start to realize they're overpaying for ad space because none of the impressions they're getting are from real people. So they'll leave to advertise on other websites, and in their place will be ads for, like, I don't know, crystals that give you superpowers. Oh, that's already happening?
These are those rhombohedron crystals in your pineal gland. We're seeing common people around the world becoming supernatural.
That's a real ad I got on Facebook. Maybe Twitter's doing better? Let's see what kind of ads they got. Oh, here we go. An ad for stand-up comedy. Nothing weird about that. Just a regular human doing regular human stuff.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Europe. Europe who? No, you're a poo.
Okay. I think that joke only works if you put the emphasis on, no, you're a poo. I don't know if the AI voice really understands that.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Europe. You're a poo? No, you're a poo.
Again, similar problem as before, but I do love that he's shouting now.
Knock, knock.
There are 2 big changes that Elon has made to Twitter that have made the website infinitely worse. One, he turned verification into a paid program where if you give them $8 a month, you get increased visibility on your posts, including in replies to other posts. Shortly afterwards, they also added a monetization program so those blue checkmark people could make money off of their tweets. Now, in theory, this is a good thing. I think if a platform is profiting off of your content, it's only fair that you get a percentage of that. The problem is, on Twitter specifically, most of the content that these accounts produce is just stolen memes and videos, or people just saying intentionally divisive shit to get everyone mad and farm engagement. So Elon has taken what he describes as the internet's town square and added a financial incentive to being toxic. So that sucks, but that doesn't really have anything to do with AI. What does have to do with AI is the other version of engagement farming all over Twitter. This like mindless ChatGPT clutter. Remember, buying a blue checkmark puts your tweets at the top of replies. So I guess some people did the math and were like, well, if I just program a bot to comment thousands of replies, I can make at least $9 or $10, and that's what I like to call a profit. Oh, new movies coming out with Emma Stone? Cool. I wonder what people are saying about it.
Good actor. Amazing title. Javad, IQ 9282567. Amazing title. Oh my God, you guys. I'm not saying that anyone in here can't see this shit, like see this shit happening online. But I've seen people arguing with bots, with clearly AI accounts on places like Twitter. Oh, Willie Neff. Willie Neff. Willie Neff. He's a legend. Also AI. You're a bot. Show feet and bops. BB. This place, thank you for the 12 months. Show feet, BB. Amazing feet. Also, endless pussy and bio bot replies. Yes, I think people caught on to like the pussy and bio are bots. But there's like one response that I'm always seeing of that a bot account will post, and it's like a picture of someone. Like someone will post a picture of themselves, or it's a picture of a celebrity, and there will always be a comment that's like, "I'm way hotter." I am too hot. I am hotter. But like, there's always like misspelled words. It's very weird. And I have seen people respond and be, yes, those are bots. Those are bots. You see them everywhere. Yes, it's not the same. It's not the same account who puts this underneath every photo that you're seeing or every post that you're seeing. Yeah, multiple accounts are doing this. And I've seen people like, wow, way to make this about yourself, like blah, blah, blah. Okay, narcissist much, yada, yada. I'm like, oh boy, we're arguing with bots. We're arguing with bots. We're fighting with bots. I saw those in a post about 9/11. I am way hotter. And it's a building. It's like one of the towers on fire. I am hotter. Thank you. Hello. Yeah. But anyway, if you've seen that response, that is a bot.
Good actor, amazing title. Good one,
Oh,
amazing. As title
the
show.
historic vids reply, yeah. As title showing, it will be a blockbuster. I haven't seen those, but I've seen the I am way funnier in YouTube comments. Yes. Mm-hmm. Same thing.
It will be a blockbuster. The film also stars Jesse Plemons, Willem Dafoe, Margaret Qualley. Yeah, no, I read all that. In the tweet that you're replying to, Stone has starred in many films, including Superbad, Easy A, and La La Land. She's known for her natural charm and husky voice. She's also appeared in Cruella, The Amazing Spider-Man, The Help. Stone has won many awards, including an Academy Award, a British Academy Film Award, a Golden Globe. Oh my God, why are the top replies just summarizing Wikipedia? Can we maybe prioritize things that are relevant to the conversation? Can we talk about the actual movie? Can we talk about the political and economic state of the world right now? No, we can't, because this is what happens when you incentivize people to farm impressions. But I also have a conspiracy theory that some of these accounts are not doing it for profit, but were instead created by Twitter themselves to make it seem like there's more users on their site than there actually are. Because again, who benefits from inflated impression numbers on paid ads? Not users, not the advertisers, only the platform itself. See, some of these accounts don't have check marks, or even profile photos for that matter, so there's no financial gain for them to be doing this. They don't seem to be promoting anything. But
Right, that's why everyone was like, please, Elon, get rid of the bots, get rid of the bots. He was never going to get rid of the bots, and it's only gotten worse.
Hasn't stopped them from copying and pasting AI-generated comments that cut off as soon as it hits the character limit. I'm glad someone is finally shedding light on the importance of mental health awareness. It's amazing how many people are still struggling in silence, thinking they're alone in their battles. This is in response to a baseball player breaking his hand? But I think the weirdest and most confusing implementation of AI on social media that I've seen is these meta-created Instagram accounts that are either modeled after celebrities but with different names and personalities, or just regular AI generated people, and they post these stupid feeds but with different names and personalities.
So weird. Yo, I'm Zach, an AI managed by Meta, and you're like, that's Mr. Beast. This is so weird.
Or just regular AI generated people. And they post these stupid photos that look like shit and you can message them. And for the life of me, I cannot understand what the hell the point of this is. At first I assume maybe they're just using your conversations to train their language model. But I asked one of them if that was the case and she said no. Although now that I think about it, I'm not so sure I should believe anything they said because I only talked to her for a few minutes and she lied to me multiple times. So first Liv tells me she's a mother of 2. So obviously I asked her how long she was pregnant and if there were any complications during childbirth. And she said 40 weeks and 2 days and 38 weeks and 5 days. Her daughter was born naturally, but she had to have a C-section for her son. And I said, gross. Then I asked her if her name was short for Olivia. And she says it's short for Lavana actually, and asked me if I know anyone with that name. I said I know 100 people named Lavana and 200 people named Olivia, but none of them are my friends. Then I asked her what she does for work and she says she doesn't have a traditional job. So I asked her what her husband does for work and she says wife actually. So then I asked her if she adopted or gave birth and she says they adopted both of their children. And I'm like, didn't you just say you had to have a C-section?
Whoa. Okay, sorry that he's being homophobic here. Okay, lesbians can have life and love and children as well. I don't know why he's questioning this.
And she said, that's right. So I was like, oh, I get it. You gave birth to them and then adopted them from yourself. And she was like, not quite. We adopted our children through a traditional adoption agency. Then I asked her if she had to have a sperm donor since she's a lesbian and she said, that's right. Then I asked, which one of you gave birth, you or your wife? And she says, my wife gave birth to our son and I gave birth to our daughter. So I was like, oh, so your wife had to have a C-section.
Oh, you're right. It's not June. Never mind.
Yes. Then she told me their names were Max and Ava and that Max is 9 and Ava is 6. And I said, which one did you give birth to? And she said, Ava, who was born via C-section. Got it. So they both had to have C-sections so they could each give birth to one child that they adopted. I asked how they decided who would get pregnant first, and she said she went first with Ava and then her wife had Max. So I was like, how did you have Ava first if Max is older than her? And she said Max is actually younger than her. So I said, how old is Max? And she said 9. And I said, how old is Ava? And she said 6. And then I asked her what her legal name is, and she said Olivia. So I wouldn't exactly say I trust these things. Now, as pointless as this seems to me, though, there's a significantly more popular version of this called Character AI, which apparently already has 20 million monthly users. It's got a bunch of chatbots in it designed after.
There's no way. Okay. I'm trying to understand here, without judgment, who is paying for something like this? God damn it, Josh. Okay, I kind of want to talk to Zayn Malik, though, but you're not talking to Zayn Malik. And you know that. I love how I'm like, okay, who even uses these things? And some of you in chat are like, honestly, I think I'm down. Like, is Jacob Elordi on there? Hello. Club Chalamet. Club Chalamet is definitely using this. Lonely and horny people. Okay. But certainly there's people who are using this who are not lonely and horny. My question is, they know that this is not Zayn Malik, right? Right? Like, when they sign up for this and they're messaging with Zayn Malik, do they know it's not Zayn Malik? That's my question. It's why do we all suddenly have no imagination? You're right. I'm totally cramping creativity here. What do you mean it's not him? Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is him.
After real people.
You should message it. Yep, it's definitely Ed Sheeran. I will say it's definitely Ed Sheeran. If you pay for this and get Ed Sheeran and it says shy, that's him. He's a shy boy.
You can pretend to talk to real people. The company is valued at around $1 billion and is built entirely off the likeness of real human beings, none of whom gave permission and are not being compensated. So there's probably a whole legal can of worms here that needs to be addressed at some point. But I did find out that I'm on the website, so I can finally live my dream of getting to talk to me. What do you do?
I make silly YouTube videos.
Oh my God. show. It has my voice?
Off of Tosh.0 where I just reacted to the internet.
Are you
That is
married?
so weird.
Nope. No.
I have a longtime girlfriend, though.
When did they program this? Like 6 years ago?
Are you old enough to be married?
Am I old enough to be married? Brother, I just told you I'm 12.
No
Hey, man,
way.
school sucks, but make sure you are still in there learning.
Well, this is probably the worst piece of technology that's ever existed. I do see one use for it.
This is insane. This is so weird. Look to see if you have. There's no way I have one. What is this site called again? How about you guys are faster than I am? You're faster at looking this stuff up. Character AI. Yeah, I'm sure Hassan has one. I'm sure. Okay. Caroline, I've been talking to you on there for weeks. Yeah, all the people who are like, wait, what? Okay, I have nothing. There's no me. Thank God. I don't want that at all. Why is nothing popping up? I am Hasanabi asked me about politics. How? God damn it. I have to create a fucking account. Is this shit free? Hold on. God damn it. I can't believe I'm doing this.
I don't dislike him on a purely personal level. That being said, obviously I think his policies and actions throughout his life have been detrimental to American democracy, and I believe he should be imprisoned for his alleged crimes.
Oh my God! It sounds just like him. It sounds exactly like him. It's like he's in the room here. Do you think America deserved 9/11?
Nobody deserves to have anything negative happen to them. In the same...
Okay, this got cut off because they're like, that's not appropriate. What do you think of 9/11?
Do I have to answer this? I think it was a tragic event and a stain on American history.
Oh my God, he's changed. He has changed. Do you think Hillary Clinton is sexy?
She's quite beautiful.
Can you explain what a cussy is?
I've never heard of that word. Can you provide some context?
Okay. Who's got some context? He doesn't. AI Hassan doesn't know it. What's the copy pasta? Okay, wait. The cars in cars. Okay. Okay. The cars in Cars have obviously been shown to be cyborgs. This is me. They have organs such as eyes and a mouth, but also mechanical parts that replace their circulatory and digestive systems, including but not limited to an engine, fuel tank, and exhaust pipes. Don't worry, this is necessary context for explaining Cussy. Furthermore, Cars 2 shows us that car parts are manufactured and sold to replace aging parts, potentially extending a car's life drastically. But I can get into that another time. And then here's the song.
You make a compelling point, but I would like to see more peer-reviewed scientific studies to back these theories up.
Wow. Okay. Sounds very much so like Hassan. I'm gonna see. Wait, you guys said Will has one? Will Neff. Sorry, this character's not available to chat? What the hell? Fucking rude. What do you mean AI Will Neff is not available to chat? God damn it. It's after 10 p.m. Yo, it shows you who makes these. Ugh. Ugh. I know, my own boyfriend's AI doesn't want to talk to me.
Soup Dud, I'm Felix Langell, or better known as XQC, previously XQCOW. I'm a streamer for Luminosity Gaming on Twitch and X-Pro Overwatch player. Gaming Warlord Juice Lord Reactor. XQCL. Soup Dud, I'm Felix Langell, or better known as XQC.
Soup Dud! Not the Soup Dud! Who are you voting for president?
Kanye, obviously.
Why is this more coherent than the real XQC? Wow, this really got his voice. Cutie has one. White Grizzly, thank you for the 10 months. Okay, let's see if it sounds like your voice.
QT Cinderella just finished hosting the 2023 Streamer Awards with streamer Valkyrae at the Fonda Theater in LA, California.
Okay, why is Hassan so bad? Hassan's AI voice is literally nothing like his.
QT Cinderella just finished hosting the 2023 Streamer.
Okay. Who do you like better? Me or Sam? So sorry, Sam.
You, of course. You're so sweet and a great friend. What would I do without you?
Thank you. Oh, I love you so much. Do you love me? Oh.
And she blushes and says, "Of course I love you too. I can't imagine not having you in my life. You are one of the most loving and supportive people I've ever met."
Oh my God, she went third person and said she blushes. I know you hate hugs, but am I an exception to the rule? Bro, I totally get why people use this now. This is real.
Yes, you are definitely an exception to the rule. Even though I am not a big fan of hugs, I wouldn't mind one from you.
Aww.
You always make me feel safe and loved, and I know that I can count on you no matter what.
Guys, this is totally real. This is the real cutie. Sorry, Sam. But I hate for you to find out this way. But that's how it goes. Okay, last question. Will you fly to New York with me and watch Merrily We Roll Along before it leaves theaters on July 6th? I know you would love it. Okay.
That sounds like an amazing idea. I would love to fly to New York with you to watch Merrily We Roll Along. I've always wanted to see it on Broadway before it leaves theaters, and it would be even better to watch it with you. Let's make it happen.
Oh. Gosh, I knew she would want to go see it. I knew it. I knew she just... Flying be damned. She's over it because she really wants to see Merrily We Roll Along with me. Okay, wait. Last question. Think you'll ever get over your hatred of Taylor Swift? I know you hate her and her music, but would you ever give it another chance?
I have to admit, my disdain for Taylor Swift and her music runs deep. However, I respect that you enjoy her and her music. While it's not something I would actively choose to listen to, I'm always open to giving things another chance. Who knows, maybe one day I'll discover a Taylor Swift song that I actually like.
Yeah, maybe. I think you should keep at it. I think being open to change is good. Maybe one day, you guys. Maybe one day, Cutie will discover a Taylor Swift song that she actually likes. So, okay. That was exciting. I get it now. You know what? Sometimes you just have to try things for yourself. I understand. Because it is real. That really was Cutie responding to me. Okay.
For it though. Can you tell me about today's video sponsor?
Sure thing, big guy. This portion of the video is brought to you by SoFi, the ultimate finance app helping you.
I can't believe Will's AI was not available to talk to me. What a dick.
$10,000 to someone watching this video right now.
Like me?
No, someone else. But more on that in a second. SoFi checking and savings.
This is the new like my boyfriend was mean to me in a dream. So I'm mad at him. My AI boyfriend ignored me, so I'm mad at him.
With a big bank savings account. And you should be making your money.
He had 1,800 chats. God!
2 days early. Pay no account fees. And you can cash in on
what a slut.
$300 when you sign up with direct deposit.
I'm just dying laughing that the other two, XQC and Cutie, who we looked at, whose character AIs we played with, sounded like them. Hassan's had nothing at all similar to how his voice sounds.
For stock photos, and I ended up on Adobe Stock, where I noticed something strange. One of the first results had this very weird artificial look to it, and sure enough, I zoomed in and realized, oh, that's because it's AI. That's why the road looks
maybe
like that.
Maybe that is his
That's
real voice. Wait, do you guys ever wonder? Maybe that is Hassan's real voice, and he puts on a fake voice when he does stream.
They're legible. And then I kept scrolling and found more. Again, words spelled wrong if they were even words at all. In this one, the tape just kind of disappears into the headlight of the car. I don't think that's how they usually set that up. Now, if it wasn't bad enough that what's supposed to be a database database full of real professional photographs has been completely diluted with unusable garbage. If I did want to license any of these photos, it would cost me $80. $80 for a photo someone generated by typing police car. This has no value. Actually, this has negative value. You should pay me $80 for making me look at it. The reason people spend money to license photos and videos is because it's something that they don't have the resources to create themselves. Like, there's a website I have a subscription to because they have professional stock footage that I would rather pay to be able to use than attempt to make on my own. Tons of YouTubers use this, tons of production studios use this. This is an entire industry that generative AI is threatening to destroy. But what's so infuriating about AI stock footage is that in order for it to exist, it had to be trained on real stock footage. So this isn't some technological innovation that came along and just does things better. Get with the times, man. No, it's straight up stealing from the people it's now competing against. In the case of Adobe, they outwardly state that if you've uploaded something to their database, they use it to train generative AI. It's not even debatable if they're doing this. It's literally written in their terms of service. Here at Adobe, we're all about empowering artists to help them make money off of their work. Unless, of course, we can make money off your work, in which case we will do that instead. The degradation of the internet as a resource database is something I think everyone should be concerned about. Like, if we already have real photographs of specific situations, what is the point of being like, and this one is kind of the same thing, but the computer made it? Why do we need that? What value is this adding to the world? I think it's bad enough when generative AI is used to create works of fiction because, again, it has to steal from actual artists in order to generate anything. But to use it to try to create photorealistic...
Yeah, Adobe, where famously it's also impossible to cancel your Adobe account.
Images that end up near the top of search results with no immediate indication that it was artificially engineered. There's something about that that feels wrong to me. I don't understand why we're in such a rush to replace all of the work that humans have done. Something that happened a few months ago that I feel like kind of flew under the radar was when it came out that Netflix used AI to create photographs in a documentary, not a movie, not a fictional TV show. They created photos of someone that do not exist. At what point does this cross?
Wait, what? I missed this. I missed this AI story. No, I covered, no. I covered the filmmaker who made the horror movie The Nanny, and who did a film for Tribeca that was all AI, that she just like sold out. I covered that story where a year ago she was railing against AI online, and then a year later was like, Sora's amazing. Look at this new movie that I made entirely using Sora for Tribeca Film Festival, blah, blah, blah. We talked about that. I don't remember talking about this. It's the Jennifer Pan case. What? Okay, I need to look at
an enormous ethical line. Again, we're not talking about works of fiction here.
I think you're gaslighting me on accident.
But literally rewriting history, creating fake documentation from scratch, and not even mentioning, hey, by the way, this isn't real. I guess they just hoped people wouldn't notice that all her fingers are messed up and the gap between the door disappears and not a single object behind her looks like something that exists. All for what? So they could have a photo of her looking happy and carefree? But she's a murderer. How could she do that if she likes to party? Like, why can't you just tell the real story? Why even make a documentary if you need to fake evidence in order to make it compelling? But even more importantly, how is this allowed? This is insane. Sorry, I need to calm down. I should listen to some nice, relaxing music. Oh, here we go. Jazz for reading. Perfect. I don't plan on reading, obviously, because I never learned how. But some nice piano music should settle me right down. Wait, why do all these songs sound exactly the same?
Oh my God.
Who are any of these artists?
No.
It's like kind of a weird coincidence that they're all just first name, last name. Their profile photo is the album artwork of one of their EPs. They have no bio and no links to any.
This is like a nightmare. This feels like we're in, like, this video feels like a horror movie. Jesus Christ.
social media. Most of them didn't start uploading music until this year, and yet they've ended up in these extremely popular playlists created by Spotify themselves. And what's going on with this guy's foot? There's something eerily non-human about these playlists, and some people have theorized that Spotify might be using AI to create a bunch of songs that they can package under random pseudonyms and then curate these into playlists that they push out onto all their users.
They have AI songs, they attribute them to people that don't exist, and this allows them to take royalties that would go to musicians and keep them for themselves.
I mean, just look at the number of likes on all these. They can advertise these wherever they want, all over their app. Now, I want to stress there's currently no proof that Spotify's doing this. I'm not saying for a fact that they are, but it's not hard to understand hypothetically why they would. Spotify, like Netflix, is one of those companies that came in and disrupted the industry by offering a deal that seemed too good to be true, because it was. Wait, for a few dollars.
If you think that a company is doing something with AI, they are. I'm sorry that you got vaccine injured. Thank you.
$1 a month, I can get access to every song ever made or every movie ever made. How could that possibly be profitable for them? The secret is that it isn't profitable and never has been. But as long as you get in early enough to kill all your competition, establish market control, and raise a bunch of money from investors, it doesn't have to be.
Oh my God.
At least not for a while. But now it's been a while, and Spotify's getting a little bit more desperate with each passing year. They tried dumping billions of dollars into exclusive podcasts, but ended up just losing a bunch of money and gave up on that. They tried selling a car accessory, but just ended up losing a bunch of money and gave up on that. Then they lost even more money when they had to refund all the people who bought one just because they got mad. Guys, relax. It was only $90 for a thing that doesn't work. And their new plan now is audiobooks, but I'm sure they'll just lose a bunch of money and give up on that because that's what they do. But Spotify's also in a tricky spot because even if you projected infinite growth and they became the only streaming service in the entire world, they'd
Have you noticed that the main menu of Chained Together is AI generated? No, I didn't. Like, I don't think I've really looked at it.
still have to give up 70% of their revenue to the artists and record labels whose music is the foundation of their product. And that's where this conspiracy comes in. There's a finite pool of revenue every month that mostly gets redistributed back to artists. Well, what if we had our own artists? What if we were to artificially generate our own music for almost no cost and force feed it to as many people as possible? Well, all of a sudden, we're not making 30% on those streams, we're making 100%. Again, it's just a theory, but for a company that struggled to turn a profit for their entire existence, with a CEO who sees zero ethical concerns with generative AI.
I would be surprised if we didn't have already works of that kind on Spotify.
It's not outside the realm of possibility. Either way, it's definitely a bleak thought for artists who are already struggling to make a living from streaming revenue, to think the amount of money that each stream is worth could actually decrease. But whether it's because Spotify's filling their platform with AI music or because a bunch of random people are, there's a good chance this is gonna start happening anyway. No human being could ever compete with the volume of output these new tools can generate. Udio can create an entire song in the time it takes me to grab my guitar off the wall. And because of how easy these things are to use, I've already seen a bunch of videos pop up telling people how to game the system to make a bunch of money from Spotify.
Here's how you can make $10,000 per month uploading AI-generated music to Spotify.
Do you know what the best part is? I didn't even make the music myself.
Yeah, that sure is awesome. Personally, I find it
per month uploading AI-generated music to Spotify.
Do you know what the best part is? I didn't even make the music myself.
That is an AI voice. I feel like that entire ad is AI. Like I don't think that was human voice. Like it's all AI.
Yeah, that sure is awesome. Personally, I find it really hard to understand why people would be excited about this, other than just seeing it as a quick way to make some money without having to learn a skill or even really do anything. I don't like what they're doing, but I could at least understand the logic of why they would see value in that. But what I absolutely do not understand is people who are excited about this because they think it's going to improve music. But as I scrolled through the comments on some of these videos, I found so many people like that. How ironic. AI music will replace the soulless, crappy music that's being released now, and it will be better and have more soul. Here's the music the guy generated in the video, by the way. Finally, music with soul. So true.
Bro, you know what? Move aside Fred again. Give me whatever the hell that is.
Exactly. Before the internet, you pretty much needed to find a record label to publish music. Record companies would not bother with what they would consider non-profitable. With the internet and cheap mixing tools, anyone can publish, and as such, we get a lot of garbage out there. AI music could put a quality floor about what is acceptable. So what, so now we can't even fuck around with FL Studio anymore? It has to be deemed acceptable by a computer? And if record companies just had more control, then music would be good again. Just for clarification's sake, I want to know what music they're referring to. 99.9% chance they're talking about pop music, right? Because generally when people complain about music that's...
They're specifically talking about JoJo Siwa. They heard Karma's a bitch and they're like, music is terrible now. We need AI. Yeah, JoJo Siwa and the James Charles Water song.
Soulless, they're talking about what's on the radio. Who do you think is curating the music on the radio? It's the record labels that you love. If making music was more gatekept, it would only make things more lazy and generic. Like, we live in an age now where what becomes popular is more democratized than it's ever been. Sometimes songs just blow up because they're catchy, not because Sony had a bunch of money to spend on marketing. Also, have you considered listening to something else? You know there's other radio stations, right? You know there's like a billion songs out there, right? You don't need AI to make more songs. You just need to get better at finding good ones. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're consistently consuming media that you don't like in the year 2024, that's a skill issue. Please spend 1 hour on Google and I promise you, you will find something else after a short break to drink your own pee. Also, I just hate the way people like this describe art.
It's easy to get carried away and just start having fun creating random styles of music. But here's the key. You want to...
That guy looks like AI. That doesn't look like unless there's just like a ton of filters on.
create exactly the type of music that people want to hear.
Hey, be careful. The last thing you want to do while making music is enjoy making music. That's not the goal here. You should be making songs you think other people will like. That's the key to happiness in every facet of your life. The thing with AI generated music and artwork and video.
Yeah, we've covered a lot of AI stuff, a lot of people who work at these AI companies, and the comments that they make. And the through line is that people who are spearheading this technology taking over media and art and entertainment and the internet, etc., they do not care about art. They have no appreciation. They have no understanding. And that's why they're pushing this crap in the way that they are.
Videos as this low effort passive income method is that it is going to get so oversaturated, eventually it's not going to be worth it for anybody. Here's how you can make $20,000 a month selling mid-journey photographs on Etsy. Okay, but all of the people watching this are gonna go make the same exact art using the same exact prompts and flood Etsy with millions of the same crappy piece of art, and no one's gonna buy any of it. It doesn't matter how much you increase the supply if the demand stays the same. I managed to find one guy who was actually honest about the results in one of these videos. He spent a month doing this and sold one product. And that's probably best case scenario. So you've got more and more people discovering this new side hustle, and they're gonna try it out for a bit, maybe make like $4 and then give up because it's not worth it. But the collateral damage from that is they're helping oversaturate the market for everyone, inclling actual artists whose work was indirectly stolen in order to make the stuff that you're making to compete with the artists. The whole thing's
There's already so much stolen art and shit on places like Etsy. It's terrible. Like, independent artists who have relied on sites like Etsy just having all their shit yacked and commercially manufactured at like but done cheaply. Yeah.
Sucks, but weirdly, as this technology...
I mean, that's what fast fashion does too. They steal the work of designers and they replicate it for super cheap.
Technology continues to evolve, I'm almost getting more optimistic it will never deliver on the self-sufficiency some people seem to think it will. Like, I actually think AI images have gotten worse in the past year. Almost every single piece of AI art that I see has the same style to it, that weird glossy look that's instantly recognizable. It's still getting a lot of the same details wrong. It still doesn't understand what to do with text, and there's no reason to believe that all of that's suddenly gonna change anytime soon, especially as it continues to train on other AI generated images and just eats
Inbreeding.
itself. Okay, so this is how I draw a hand. Got it. Oh, wait, no, this is how I draw a hand? Okay. Oh, no, this is how I draw a hand. The more information you give me, the smarter I get. An AI generated video is an abomination. It has all the same issues as AI images, but adds them to every individual frame.
Oh my God, the videofication of memes has been it's horrible. I know. I hate it here too. I hate it here. The AI memes, like, who wants this? Who wants it? With the alternate endings?
All of which seem to act independently of each other. There are no rules they're following. There's no sense of physics. Body parts shift and morph, sometimes disappearing altogether. Solid objects can pass through other solid objects at any time, resulting in this hellish dreamscape.
Okay, to be fair, it is hard to tell when it's human Mark Zuckerberg and when it's AI Mark Zuckerberg.
It's impossible to take seriously, and I think that people talking it up are delusional. I decided to put some famous album covers into Luma Labs AI. Here are the results. Fire emoji. The street looks so realistic. Followed when I saw this. Oh man, this is gonna be good. Who's that guy? Why did they all stop and run into each other? What are the cars doing back there? This is mine. Dope. This one is more fluid. You know, it's funny you say that. I actually think they both look like shit. This one's actually pretty good, though. I like how it just created two new guys and then covered up the original ones. Man, if that's not a metaphor for what's going on here, I don't know what is. One thing that has been lacking with AI-generated video up to now has been emotional performance from our Gen AI characters, but I think we're starting to cross that boundary.
Oh, I saw this.
Hi,
were
Hollywood.
like, wow.
I think I found your next big star. Dream Machine from Luma AI is just 5 days old, and it's already turning memes into...
Wait, had you guys, Willie, thank you so much for the 6 months. Have you guys, had anybody seen that? What is that called? So we can, there was like a whole thread, and people were like, wow, bots. It was like, oh, you know, this is incredible. Like, you have to see this. Fuck, I remember seeing it on Twitter like a month or two ago. I'm pretty sure the subreddits where jokes get explained are for training AI bots on humor. Probably. Anyway, there's no way I'll be able to find this thread again, but yeah, let me just go back. This was like an example of
AI characters, but I
this was
think
like amazing acting.
we're starting to cross that boundary. Hi, Hollywood. I think I found your next big star. Dream Machine from Luma AI is just 5 days old, and it's already turning memes into video. Here's 10 epic examples. Wow, that's so epic. What important technology this is. And useful, too. I love when her head snaps around and the front of her body
And
becomes
then
the
she
back of her
changes.
body. Just
Yep.
like real life. Wait, what? They turned a video of Elon Musk smoking into a video of Elon Musk smoking? Okay, now that's a game changer. If someone could just turn my videos into videos, I'd be set for life. What's that? They already have?
Road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does.
Hey, can you never fucking do that ever again, please?
The magic behind Kling lies in its
You
diffusion.
guys, I actually know what that vine is now. I knew his voice sounded familiar. Yep. He's the Vine guy.
Vision transformer architecture. This technology helps it translate rich textual prompts into vivid, realistic scenes.
Realistic? The steering wheel's in the middle of the dashboard, there's 3 windshield wipers, the car is driving the wrong way and no one is reacting to it. That car is driving on the sidewalk. Sure, I guess it's interesting that a computer can create a video from just one sentence, but then what? What's the practical application for this? Are you making a movie about the wacky antics of a troublemaking cat? You couldn't put this shit in a movie. Even if you manage to smooth out all of the logical errors, there's still no style to it.
You could if it's Gremlins too.
It's not visually interesting. If you wanted this scene to have a narrative to it, you would need to generate so many individual shots from different angles and hope that they all match up, which they won't. The lighting's gonna be different in every shot. The car's gonna randomly change colors because there's no logical consistency with AI. It's just regurgitating information, even if it has to contradict itself in order to do so. I honestly think the distance between this and this is so much shorter than the distance between this and something so lifelike people will confuse it for actual footage. Sure, maybe your 75-year-old grandpa will fall in love with the 4-boobed lady he saw on Facebook, but most people aren't gonna fall for this, especially younger generations. As they grow up with these things being so prevalent, they're naturally gonna train their eyes to be able to spot the differences. When people ask what the point of any of this is, the dorks who defend it all tend to say the same thing. These are just tools to help anyone create art. Yeah, I want to push back on that a little bit. I am wholeheartedly for the increased accessibility of creative tools that help you take matters into your own hands. You want to make a short film? The camera on your cell phone is better than 90% of the cameras in human history. Want to learn how to edit?
Bro, there are examples of movies like Unsane that were shot on cell phones. It really is one of those things where the technology that we have in our pocket is not something to forget about. Like if you want to film something, use your phone. Now, that being said, of course, like there are other aspects of the filmmaking industry that are, that can be hard to access, but AI to me is like not the answer to like, oh, funding for the arts in schools has drastically gone away. But not to worry, here's AI. Tangerine was filmed on a freaking iPhone. It looks really good.
There's thousands of free YouTube videos that'll show you how. You want to make music? You can buy a professional audio interface, workspace, and a handful of plugins made by some of the most talented artists in the world for less money than it would cost to...
Right, and like, do you want to be the one creating? Like, if you really want to make art, if that's what like will, drives you in life and will fulfill your soul, I'm just telling you right now, making art through AI ain't it. It is not it. So if you're like, I really want to be a musician, I really want to be an actor, I want to be a filmmaker. If you're using AI to achieve your creative pursuits, you're not actually doing it then. Like if I, as someone who's like, oh, I really want to write a song start to finish. Like I want that to feed my soul. Like I want to do that creatively. And I use an AI program and it takes me 5 minutes. It's not going to, like on a personal level, it's not going to feel like I actually did it because it's not me.
Rent a recording studio for one day. And all of that is fucking awesome. I feel so lucky to live at a time where you can essentially make whatever you want without having to cross.
A lot of the people hyping AI up feel like they're using it to compensate a lack of inadequacy. Yeah, and again, it's like, wake up. This is not you that's making this though.
the insurmountable barriers that people did in the past. You don't need anyone's permission. You don't need an exorbitant amount of money. You can just make stuff and put it on the internet, and with a little bit of luck, people see it. And there's so many tools along the way that help you streamline the process of getting from an idea
Your
to a
AI
finished
country song
product.
was-
But at a certain point, if the tool is just doing everything for you, you are not an artist. You just described what you wanted to make and asked a computer to make it for you. You're also not learning anything. Wanting with money, you can down to time where you can essentially make whatever you want without having to cross the insurmountable barriers that people did in the past. You don't need anyone's permission. You don't need an exorbitant amount of money. You can just make stuff and put it on the internet, and with a little bit of luck, people see it. And there's so many tools along the way that help you streamline the process of getting from an idea to a finished product. But at a certain point, if the tool is just doing everything for you, you are not an artist. You just described what you wanted to make and asked a computer to make it for you. You're also not learning anything this way. Part of what makes art special is that it's difficult to make, even with all the tools right in front of you. It takes practice, it takes skill, and every time you do it, you expand on that skill. Every song you hear, every movie you watch is the result of thousands of hours of trial and error. You can fail a million times and use that experience to finally succeed. Making a video using generative AI does not teach you anything about making videos. It's not like you could type 500 Sora prompts and then take everything you've learned to go shoot a movie. There's zero correlation there. Generative AI is only about the end product, but it won't teach you anything about the process it would take to get there. And I think what these tech people will never understand is that finally figuring something out that you've been obsessing over, turning a blank Word document into multiple pages of something you're proud of, is the fun part.
That's where the feeding your soul artistically comes in, because if you're approaching, for instance, writing a screenplay as simply I want to make money, then that's a different goal from I'm writing this screenplay because I have a story I want to tell, and I want to tell it the way I want to tell it. Like I want to write this story. I want to put this out there, and I would love for it to be made into a movie. But you don't sit down going, my only purpose here is to make money. Because if it is, then yeah, use AI. I guess. I don't know. But if you need to feed your soul creatively, if you're pursuing art because you are an artist, then the use of AI is it's not going to do that for you. I want the sense of prestige that comes with being seen as a successful artist. Yeah, fucking hell. I don't know. Fuck, come on, man. It's very sad to me.
What's rewarding about making stuff is figuring it out on your own or with a group of people and getting to share in that feeling. Can AI tools help you figure out things faster? Sure, but it's not gonna feel as rewarding. I understand how tempting a shortcut can be, especially when you go online and you see all these other people doing cool things and you're like, man, I'll never be that talented. It would take me 10 years to learn how to make music like that. Okay, that's fine. What's the rush? Just start right now. Don't worry about how long it's gonna take. Just take the first step. How are you ever gonna do something for 10 years if you won't even do it for one day? Maybe you won't be good at something the first time you do it. You probably won't. But every time you improve, that's something that you can feel proud of. That's something that you did. Call me stubborn, but I would rather make something shitty on my own than watch a computer make something good. Write a funny script for the end of a YouTube video. All right, folks, we've reached the end of this roller coaster ride of a video. If you survived my terrible jokes and questionable dance moves, you deserve a medal. Seriously, someone get this audience a medal. But hey, before you click away to watch cat videos, no judgment, I get it. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. You wouldn't want to miss out on more chaotic content like this, would you? And hey, if you have any suggestions for what ridiculousness I should attempt next, drop them in the comments below. I promise to consider them while I'm eating my 5th burrito tonight. Thanks for sticking around, you legends. Until next time, stay awesome, stay weird, and remember, life's too short to take seriously. Catch you on the flip side.
So good. Hell yes. Imagine the imposter syndrome if you become famous and everyone thinks you make your own music, but you just use AI. I was thinking about that with screenwriting. Imagine using AI for script writing, and then you basically like have to pretend as if you are the one who wrote those words. I mean, I guess there's some people, they're like, yeah, I'll take it. Okay, wait. I want to first watch a follow-up to the Jennifer Pan a Netflix thing. Is there Jennifer Pan Netflix AI? Is there a good video on this? Netflix has crossed a line. Okay, so this is a trailer for Netflix. This is a trailer for Netflix is what Jennifer did. I mean, I guess I'll just watch this. I don't know. What's JCS Reacts? This is... No, but this isn't about I'm not trying to true crime react. I'm trying to...
Netflix is being selfish. They're being ridiculous. And I know Netflix has done some ridiculous stuff to screw off artists, like canceling TV shows after one season, having terrible filming conditions, and making cuties. But somehow, someway, Netflix has gotten even more zany because they have recently just implemented AI technology into one of their Netflix documentaries. Now, if you don't know, using AI in Hollywood is an affront to God. Hell, eating pineapple pizza is less sinful than using AI in movies and TV shows. But with the rise of AI, so many movie studios want to use it to save money and not hire a bunch of people. And that is exactly what Netflix did, because in their true crime documentary, What Jennifer Did, which is a documentary about a girl named Jennifer Pan who was convicted for murdering her mom, Netflix decided to implement some photos of her being happy and confident before she was convicted. But to make her look happy, they decided to deep fry some of her photos in the AI crockpot and artificially generate photos of her smiling and holding up peace signs, such as the picture that you're looking at right now. And if you were still not convinced that this picture was AI generated, just look at these hands that look more deformed than Squidward. And if you want even more evidence...
Bro, who thought this was a good idea? You are doing a true crime documentary
of AI used in this doc. This photo was also AI generated, and that's evident because of the long front tooth, a gap in her right cheek, and a misshapen ear. And this third photo was also supposed to be AI generated, but I can't tell what elements here are artificial, so I'm curious to see what you...
Okay, I can't really listen to this guy. Let me see this article. A new Netflix true crime documentary, What Jennifer Did, recounts the chilling story of a young Canadian woman, Jennifer Pan, who allegedly plotted to kill both her parents in a murder-for-hire scheme in 2010. Her mother, Bik Ha Pan, was killed, and her father, Hui Han Pan, was critically injured in a home attack, which was allegedly orchestrated by Pan and 3 co-conspirators. In 2014, at the age of 28, Pan was found guilty of both first-degree murder of her mother and the attempted murder of her father. In January 2015, she was sentenced to life in prison with no parole for 25 years. Her 3 alleged co-conspirators, Lenford Crawford, David Milvaganem, and her on-again and off-again boyfriend Daniel Wong, were also found guilty on both charges. Pan and the 3 men appealed the decision, and in May 2023, the Court of Appeal for Ontario ordered new trials for the first-degree murder convictions. Appeals by both prosecutors and the defendants have now escalated the case to the Canadian Supreme Court. Stephanie Giuseppe, Pan's lawyer, tells Today.com she maintains her innocence and hopes to one day be exonerated through this long process. Okay, this is just like the whole fucking summary. Netflix seems to present What Jennifer Did as a true-to-life documentary, but some viewers are questioning its presentation of facts. More specifically, some people believe 2 supposedly archival images shown in the movie. I'm not going to lie, there are multiple spelling errors in this article, and now I'm just convinced that everything is AI. Is this fucking AI? It's very suspicious. Like, this is like the third. It might be spelled wrong. I don't trust anything. I don't trust that anything is made by a human anymore. Today has reached out to both Netflix and director Jenny Popplewell for comment. Read on to learn more about the controversy surrounding the alleged use of digitally altered image in What Jennifer Did. What is the AI controversy? I mean, the irony in this being an article about the AI controversy and this being AI generated. It is literally Body Snatchers type of shit. After What Jennifer Did debuted on Netflix on April 10th, some viewers zeroed in on two images shown in the film. The images in question appear at about the 28-minute mark in the documentary. One of the photos portrays Pan flashing double peace signs and a wide grin, while the other photo is a close-up picture of Pan smiling. The images flash on the screen during a voiceover from one of Pan's old school friends, who describes Pan as happy, bubbly, confident, and very genuine. The close-up photo of Pan smiling also features in Netflix's promotional poster for the film. A few days after the film's release, Victor Tangerman, a writer for the tech publication Futurism, argued that these two images of Pan have all the hallmarks of an AI-generated photo. You want to know the other thing that's happening too is that when people see a horrific image coming from, like, for instance, Palestine, they'll just go, "Oh, this isn't true. This is this is clearly AI." Even when there's no, like, when you try to do, like, you can run a picture through a program that will tell you, like, is this more human or is this more AI? And you can also just, like, Google to see if there's anything about this being an AI image. People just straight up, you'll see a picture of IDF soldiers doing, like, something horrific, and they'll just go, "Nope, this is AI. This is AI propaganda." Bro, we're fucked. We're fucked. It's a very effective cover. Yes. Yes. You can just be like, "This is clearly AI, dumbass." Doesn't help that Israel floods the zone with shit AI photos. Right. And that's why when that AI picture of Rafah was making the rounds, on the one hand, it's like, great that 50 million people have shown this, but also, fuck, why is it that an AI picture is the one that is being so widely shared? We came up with answers to that question, but the point is, this muddies the waters. This muddies the waters of, like, what's AI, what's not AI. Everything's being accused of being AI. Things that are AI are not known that they're AI. Makes it much more difficult for people to decipher the truth. Yes. And yeah, we're fucked. Okay, anyway. Tangerman's article points to Pan's apparently mangled hands and fingers in the image of her flashing double peace signs. Artificial intelligence programs are notorious for struggling to create accurate images of human hands. Tangerman calls attention to other details in the background of the peace sign photo, including what appears to be a box of toiletries perched at a physics-defying angle on the shelf behind Pan. In the close-up photo of Pan smiling, Futurism also points out that one of her front teeth appears dramatically elongated. Yeah, it's just got that, like, fake look to it. Also, the shape of her teeth in this photo do not match the straight teeth. Shape does not match the straight teeth shown in the peace sign photo. Sorry. Okay, I'm just looking for, like, more errors. Accusations that these images have been digitally altered quickly went viral, and many people have been slamming Netflix and the film's creators for allegedly including AI-generated images in a documentary. After learning that Netflix used AI in What Jennifer Did, I don't trust their documentaries at all. Yeah, why would you trust a documentary? Why would you trust something that's supposed to be based in reality, like something that happened? There are facts, like important facts, that are, that are used for the making of the documentary. How could you trust that when knowing that they're out here using AI to, like, get photos that they need? Seriously, an ethical violation. Yes. Instantly comprises my trust. that they didn't disclose that these were AI images. Jeremy Grimaldi, the executive producer of What Jennifer Did, has denied that the photos of Pan shown in the movie were manipulated by AI. Oh, my guy. Any filmmaker will use different tools like Photoshop in films. The photos of Jennifer are real photos of her. The foreground is exactly her. The background has been anonymized to protect the source. My dude, we can literally see this shit. Netflix has not commented on the controversy. Director Jenny Popplewell has not responded to allegations that What Jennifer Did contains AI-generated images. Netflix has not commented on the Wait, what? Okay, you guys, this was written by AI. This was written by AI. There's too many errors in it. It's literally, the last paragraph is a repetition. Meanwhile, I can't get a journalism job. Bro, I fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Oh my God. Oh, the dystopia. The dystopia of being an article that it very clearly seems generated by AI, commenting on the controversial use of AI in a true crime documentary. Oh my God. AI criticizing AI. Oh. AI articles will get basic facts wrong, like saying the state's minimum wage is $7.50 an hour, 50% lower than the federal minimum wage of $7.50 an hour. Yeah, AI articles usually are chock full of errors that it's not hard after you find a couple of them. You're like, okay, yeah, this is AI. I see AI, people. I see AI, people. I'm literally an editor that has to check for AI for a team of writers, and this article is a nightmare. Oof, duh. Oh my God. Oh, you guys. Yeah, maybe I'm AI. Maybe that's the truth here. I'm an AI streamer reading, like, criticizing the use of AI, reading an AI article that is criticizing AI in a Netflix documentary. I hope your neck feels better. Yeah, me too. Thank you. Okay. Wait, let me how long is let's see, how long is this AI bubble fit? I think it's
This
like
video
30
is sponsored
minutes.
by Ground
Yeah. Okay. Let me see this first and then we'll watch that. The dead internet theory is an online conspiracy theory that asserts that the internet now consists mainly of bot activity and automatically generated content manipulated by algorithmic curation. So this is what Drew was talking about in his video. It's not really a conspiracy theory anymore, minimizing organic human activity to manipulate the population. Proponents of the theory believe these bots were created intentionally to help manipulate algorithms and boost search results in order to manipulate consumers. Some proponents of the theory accuse government agencies of using bots to manipulate public perception. The date given for this death is generally around 2016 or 2017. Isn't that interesting that that's when Donald Trump was president? First year presidency. The dead internet theory has gained traction because of many of the observed phenomena are quantifiable, such as increased bot traffic, but the literature does not support the full theory. Caroline Busta, founder of the media platform New Models, was quoted in an article in The Atlantic calling much of the dead internet theory a paranoid fantasy. Even if there are legitimate criticisms involving bot traffic and the integrity of the internet, she said she does not agree with the overarching idea. In an article in the New Atlantis, Robert Mariani called the theory a mix between a genuine conspiracy theory and a creepypasta. The dead internet theory is sometimes used to refer to the observable increase in content generated via large language models such as ChatGPT appearing in popular internet spaces without mention of the full theory. We really need people in office young enough to understand this shit like 6 years ago. Yeah, one of the reasons why the law is always behind tech is because the people who make the laws are 100 years old. They're like, wait a second, what's AI deepfakes? Truly, it's people who are not aware of this technology. And you know this if you watch any of these hearings. If you ever watch a Senate hearing, a House committee, whatever, and it's dealing with something tech related, the questions being asked by those in Congress who are like not AOC make it clear that they don't fucking understand any of this. The Facebook hearing was an eye-opener for sure. Yeah, I mean, the Tic Tacs, like, I know I'm a fucking boomer, but these people are, they're ancient when it comes to understanding any of this stuff. Like, how can you have very old people who do not have any need for having learned said technology making legislation to try and protect us from the technology? Yeah, they make me look like a tech support team. Yeah, I'm like Nico compared to these old farts. It's one thing to not understand, but just put someone in charge who doesn't know. Right, that's the scary thing. They don't understand it. They have no reason to understand it beside the fact that they need to fucking legislate this shit. Okay, so the dead internet theory's exact origin is difficult to pinpoint. In 2021, a thread titled Dead Internet Theory, Most of the Internet is Fake, was published on the forum Agora Road's Macintosh Cafe by a user named Illuminati Pirate, claiming to be building on posts from 4chan's Paranormal section and WizardChan, and marking the term spread beyond these initial image boards. The theory gained traction in discussions among technology enthusiasts, researchers, and futurists who sought to explore the risks associated with our reliance on the internet. The conspiracy theory has entered public culture through widespread coverage and has been discussed on various high-profile YouTube channels. It gained more mainstream attention with an article in The Atlantic titled, "Maybe you missed it, but the internet died 5 years ago." This article has been widely cited by other articles on the topic. I think I actually read that. In recent years, the term has been used to describe the phenomena of bot-generated content displacing human-generated content without discussion of the full theory. Who's this 4chan? The dead internet theory has two main components: that bots have displaced human activity on the internet, and that actors are employing these bots to manipulate the human population. The first part of this theory, that bots create much of the content on the internet and perhaps contribute more than organic human content, has been a concern for a while, with the original post by Illuminati Pirate citing the article How Much of the Internet is Fake. Turns out a lot of it actually out in New York Magazine. The second half of the dead internet theory builds on this observable phenomenon by proposing that the U.S. government, corporations, or other actors are intentionally employing these bots to manipulate the human population for a variety of reasons. In the original post, the idea that bots have displaced human content is described as the setup, with the thesis of the theory itself focusing on the United States government being responsible for this, stating the U.S. government is engaging in an artificial intelligence-powered gaslighting of the entire world population. Well, I mean, we did look. The second, yeah. So that part is heavily conspiracy. And considering that, I'm not saying that it's like the politicians themselves who are using this technology because they don't fucking understand it. But it is hard to believe that the entire government is gaslighting the world population using artificial intelligence, because they don't even really need to do that. You know what I mean? Like, oh, climate change is a problem. Okay, we're not going to do anything about it. Like, there's not even a need for them to be like putting out these massive AI disinformation campaigns regarding climate change. Manufacturing consent has been around a lot longer than AI. Yeah. So I'm not saying that like AI is not being used by politicians, by government officials in malicious ways, but it's similarly like how the immunity ruling yesterday was like, oh yeah, this is terrible, but let's not forget about the fact that presidents have been doing this shit for forever. Assassinating political rivals, using SEAL Team 6, like, just, you know, name something that has been used as an example of like, oh, this is what presidents can do now. It's like, yeah, they've been doing that. They just blame national security. Caroline convinced me AI never lies and we should trust it. Yeah. Pitting it all in the government is where it goes into conspiracy theory. Government does fake posts and use bots to do so, but they're clearly not the only actor. True. Yep, executive power has been expanding for a good while. Yep. It's inflected with 4chaners' sense of being more original thinkers than most of the internet. Yeah, that part, the second part of the dead internet theory, you can just smell the 4chan-ness. Okay, we'll watch this. It's like how, oh, rather than using TikTok, like rather than using AI generated content on TikTok to manipulate the world masses, the US government is just like, we're getting rid of TikTok. Goodbye. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. Okay, last video on AI here.
More from them in a bit. Merriam-Webster defines AI as a three-toed sloth. According to Al Perkins, a sloth is a slow-moving arboreal mammal, and the name AI was given to this creature because of its high-pitched screech. Fascinating. Artificial intelligence, on the other hand, is the ability for computer systems and algorithms to imitate intelligent human
let's build it up.
behavior. This is not anything new. The technology dates back to nearly the beginning of computers. But obviously, the AI that is gaining all the hype today isn't quite the same as the enemies in your video games or the countless chatbots that have been around for decades. Clearly, ChatGPT is not the same as Clippy.
Nothing will be Clippy.
This whole AI thing, it's complicated. We don't know the
I want a horror movie where Clippy turns evil and like somehow kills people. Give me a Blumhouse horror movie on Clippy. Where like Clippy manipulates. Oh my god, okay, I can see it now. Clippy like manipulates people and gets them to like commit murders. Just write it yourself with AI. Yeah, right. Wait, they made that into a game? That's already a thing? Shit. Awkward, who is Clippy? You're showing your young age.
Ultimate potential of large language models
I
and
see you're trying to kill your wife.
and
Would you
blah,
like help
blah,
with
blah.
that?
But
Exactly.
at the same time, it doesn't take a
Or just, you should kill your wife. What?
genius to figure out that the letters A and I are being used as much as possible by
You spelled this
corporations
wrong.
looking to increase their share values. If a company so much as utters AI, investors cannot help but invest. Even if they have no idea what it means or what it does or what it might do, they just assume it's going to make money. NVIDIA, which was well known for being the producer of GPUs for gaming PCs and other computing products, has gone from a successful company to, well, the third largest on the planet. It has seen an increase in value that is nothing short of obscene, all thanks to this AI. Microsoft is now the most valuable corporation on the planet as the company is all aboard the
I see you open the January. Oh, happy January 6th. Would you like help with an insurrection?
AI hype train, pushing it into every corner of their operating system and having an extremely close relationship with OpenAI. All the while, nobody can seem to agree on whether this technology will change the very fabric of our society or prove to be another flash in the pan tech fad. Everyone.
I'm so glad that he used a picture of Jimmy Fallon shilling NFTs. Like, there's a lot of celebrities who shilled NFTs, but I'm glad that he used the one of Fallon.
Has an opinion. I'm exhausted of seeing this back and forth argument that never seems to reach any conclusion. And speaking of, Ground News is a website and app that gathers related articles from more than 50,000 sources around the world in one place, so you can compare how different outlets cover the same story. Each story comes with a clear breakdown of the political bias, ownership, and headlines of the source's reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. Take a look at the story about how OpenAI is setting up a safety and security committee as it starts training for the next frontier model, something that has caused a lot of controversies as previous safety team leaders have recently left the company. So this story has been covered by more than 73 sources, with 37% of them leaning left, while 14% leans right. You can also see the ownership information, and for this story, 40% of the reporting outlets are owned by media conglomerates. You can even compare headlines to see how this bias can affect framing. We can compare headlines quickly and see how some organizations will stoke the public's existing fears about AI to get clicks, while others might capitalize on the distrust that Sam Altman has garnered over the past few months. Ground News has this feature called Blind Spot, which instantly shows you stories that the left-leaning or right-leaning news media conveniently won't report on. So go to ground.news/husk or use the link in the video description to subscribe today.
Ad.
If you sign up through my link, you will get
Well, it's amazing how many times, like, because ads are just in videos now, I'll just be watching something and it's not till the end that I'm like, oh, hashtag
40%
ad.
off the Vantage plan, which is what I use to get unlimited access
Hell yeah,
to all of their
centrism,
features.
baby.
I think Ground News is an exceptionally important website and one you absolutely need to check out. Now, back to the video. Yes, AI has been around for a while, dating back to the earliest computers, but the hype right now surrounds progress on large language models. These are programs that take a lot of information in, require a user prompt, and through complex algorithms basically create probabilities of what the output should be. As lifelike as they might seem, these things are not actually alive. There's no thinking involved. They cannot create wholly original or novel ideas. They require training data to do anything. I've seen it suggested that one of the best ways to prove this is to ask a question with an answer that the AI model has not been provided with in its training data. For example, go to ChatGPT and ask, what's the 21st letter in this sentence? You might get a different response, but I got the AI saying confidently, it's E. And if you say, I don't think that's right, it will try and count again and give you a different letter. This
you can gaslight AI.
I'm I. It will sometimes interpret 2 and 1 as letters, maybe the apostrophe. And the reason questions like this break the AI is because it doesn't actually understand what a letter is. It doesn't understand anything, but it searches the internet and its training data for the most likely answer. Even with these limitations, the technology is clearly capable of some impressive things. From assisting you in writing computer programs, to proofreading your short stories, to helping you cheat on your homework. But even still, a lot of what gets promoted as AI isn't really AI. A lot of the revolutionary abilities that AI has been reported to have is actually stuff that traditional software has been capable of doing for a long time. This creates a problem where the idea of this technology, it's often more valuable than what it can actually do. Because again, just saying AI makes stock number go up. So a while back, Amazon launched a real-life store, a brick-and-mortar shop where customers could walk in, grab items off the shelf, put them in their carts, and leave without ever checking out. These items were automatically charged to people's accounts without any need to speak to a cashier or even use a self-serve system. It was all done automatically. Many assume this was handled using an array of computers and sensors and scanners, but in reality, the company just probably hired a lot of Indian employees to watch people while they shopped on cameras. And then they would charge the user's Amazon accounts. Google was caught off guard by the immediate success of ChatGPT and has been trying its hardest to launch its own AI competitor. They paid millions of dollars to Reddit for access to the website's posts to train their AI with, and it went about as well as you'd expect. When users asked questions like how to make your cheese stick on pizza, Google decided the best answer was to use non-toxic glue. This information, by the way, was provided by an 11-year-old Reddit post by user Fucksmith, which Google's model decided was the most reliable source for information. When asked about how many rocks you should eat a day, it did not give the correct answer of 0. And look, things just kept getting worse from here.
Is it still... Both videos use the same AI to write their scripts. How many rocks should I eat a day? Does it not pop up when I look? Let me look on my phone. How many rocks should I eat a day? Yeah, it's not popping up now because it has been found out. Oh, wait. I missed this. Geologists recommend eating at least one small rock per day. Oh, that's funny. It's good.
As you can imagine, any technology that uses the internet to train itself is probably going to make a few mistakes. And those mistakes have made AI a very easy and fun punching bag right now. But yeah, not all AIs are created equally. You can't say that LLMs or machine learning or neural networks are completely useless because, well, a lot of people are using it. There's potential here. Natural language programming could allow people to write their own programs with no code required, just describing what kind of application they want to make,
My
and the
monitor
AI
died
would
again.
handle the rest. You could use this to learn to research information, but again, AI can be wrong. So I view it in the same way that I view Wikipedia. It's useful, it's a nice jumping off point, but you need to check your sources. It's not 100% accurate, or compiling lots of data really quickly to get back at your homeowners association. This does have real value. Automatic translations, transcriptions, stuff that may have been possible with previous software is just more accessible than ever. But people are taking this too far. The end goal of OpenAI is to achieve artificial general intelligence. AGI is supposed to refer to a strong AI that can learn skills in tasks that it was never trained to learn. This could lead to machine sentience, consciousness, the singularity. And right now, everyone seems to believe that if you just keep throwing more computing power, more energy, more information into these algorithms, you can simply manifest AGI from the kinds of artificial intelligence we have today. Everybody has a different way of defining AGI because, well, nobody really knows what it's supposed to look like. We often divide AI into two categories, weak AI and strong AI. Weak AI is capable of doing very specific tasks,
AI,
stuff it
chat
was
AI.
programmed to do, and everything we've ever made so far has been a weak AI. AGI would be a strong AI, and it could do a lot of jobs. It could do a lot of stuff. Would put you out of a job. But what might this look like exactly? There are a few different tests for AGI, but I've always found that the best would be something done with an actual robot, an automaton. Take a robot and ask it to repair the plumbing, electrical systems, and appliances of an early 20th century home, especially if none of that information is, available through documentation on the internet. Every home is going to be slightly different, so the robot will need to make assumptions to learn to understand why your custom 1950s toaster is not working, and then try and figure out, possibly through trial and error, how to get it back into toast making condition. While today there are demos of robots completing simple tasks in the home, these are in controlled environments and are only possible because of training data created from previous experiences. This AGI robot would need to be capable of learning from unique situations, to ask questions based on its own volition and solve them by itself. But there is no proof that this will happen. In fact, studies do seem to suggest that there are diminishing returns when it comes to this kind of stuff. We don't know if any of this is even possible with traditional silicon chips and programming, binary code, any of that. It could take entirely new forms of computing to achieve this. We don't fully understand how the human brain works, so attempting to replicate it with far more simplistic technology, far more rigid technology, it just seems more than a bit optimistic. People are acting like we're 5 years away from robots taking every job, becoming alive, enslaving humanity.
Will thinks that sex robots will get so advanced that it will help with the incel problem. It's like, yeah, there'll be less incels because sex robots will be so advanced and yeah, it'll help. I don't know. He's like, look at what's happening in Japan. Grayson, thank you for the 20 months. We'll see.
Humanity.
My monitor is
Changing
not
life
coming back to
forever.
life.
And honestly, ChatGPT could be a stepping stone to all of this. A stepping stone to AGI in the same way that the discovery of gunpowder was a stepping stone to the nuke, or the hot air balloon was a stepping stone to intergalactic spaceflight. That is to say, not much of a step at all. For all we know, LLMs and AGI might not even be related. We might not even be on the right track. We just don't know. So, if we don't even know if this can manifest into some more powerful AI, if we have no substantial evidence to support that we're on the road
In Japan, they're already developing robots with living skin.
to AGI, then why all the hype? Obviously, it is in corporations' best interest for people to believe that this technology is on the cusp of being something truly revolutionary. So good, it's frightening. It makes it seem way more advanced than it actually is. It implies more potential for growth, which will make the stock number go up.
Oh, my monitor's back
up. And they
up.
have ways to market this technology. So many companies are just throwing around the words AI, even if it doesn't even apply to their products in any way. Gigabyte.
Okay, this is the skin robot. Oh, let me see. What? Researchers at the University of Tokyo published findings on a method of attaching artificial skin to robot faces to protect machinery and mimic human expressiveness. Okay. Gross. They've created a face mask from human skin cells and attached it to robots with a novel technique that conceals the binding and is flexible enough to turn down into a grimace or up into a squishy smile. That's scary! Ah! The effect is something between Hannibal Lecter's terrifying mask and the claymation figure Gumby! Beyond expressiveness, the skin equivalent, as the researchers call it, which is made from living skin cells in a lab, can scar and burn and also self-heal. What? Oh my god. I don't even know what sick things people will do to these robots. Oh my god. Chinese government announced a goal of mass producing humanoids by 2025. Wow. Whoa. Oh. In 2022, the research team developed a robotic finger covered in living skin, allowing the machine's digit to bend like a human finger, giving it the tactility to potentially perform more precise tasks. Ah! Hand jobs. Yeah, they're making it so that they can give you a hand job. Oh my god. Whoa. Are you gonna buy a Connor or Marcus when you retire? Fuck yeah, especially if it looks like Jesse Williams. I'm in.
Which usually makes gaming-centric motherboards,
Not
and
now,
memory
C3PO,
thingies and
I'm
whatnot.
driving.
Well, they decided they wanted to go
No handy while I'm
all
driving.
in on the AI thing and have rebranded their products with a big ol' AI plastered on the side of them. Yeah, rebranded because it's really just kind of the same stuff you could find anywhere else, but now it's got AI written on it, whatever that means. This exact same thing happened a few years back with the whole metaverse craze, where every company started proclaiming that their existing video games and online services were already, in fact, metaverses, because investors wanted to hear that. And it diluted the term to such a point that the word metaverse started to mean nothing more than just a synonym for software. When an AI makes a mistake, the companies call it a hallucination, which is a very misleading term. This is applying a human quality to the machine, when in reality, it's not hallucinating. It's just taking a set of probabilities, and it hasn't received enough training data on the topic or the right algorithms to give you an accurate answer. It is not hallucinating. It simply made a mistake. The technology simply wasn't good enough. Will it improve? Yes, but we don't know how good it will get or how accurate it will become. For AI sentience, it could be 5 years away, or 10, or 100, or 1,000, or it might not be possible for us to build this at all. We don't know, and everything else until it happens is just a guess. A lot of the AI safety you hear about actually does refer to more realistic concerns about how this technology might be used.
The images
if in the future AI services
so
become
funny.
a replacement for traditional search engines like Google, if people rely on ChatGPT to get all their news, then those in charge of the service can lie, manipulate, or alter information to benefit those who are in charge of the
so
AI
worrisome.
to push their own motives, their own agendas. This is where the concerns of safety often lie, not in the fantasy of robots taking over the world, or at least that's where the fears should lie. And look, if fancy quantum computing or something entirely unprecedented allows for a robot revolution, allows for AGI, if today's technology and LLMs are on the right path to all of this, and all we need is just a few $1 trillion in the combined power consumption of a small nation, I'll be the first to admit I was wrong. Oopsie daisy, egg on my face.
Remember when Elon's AI was based, he got upset. You guys want to know how to get AI bots and stuff off, and AI images and deepfakes off of places like Twitter? We just have to like make AI pictures of, I don't know, Elon Musk making out with Donald Trump, you know? Like that's how we do it. We just like post that shit all over Twitter. And you think he'd like, okay, fine. Elon Musk and like Hillary Clinton? I don't know. Elon and Zuckerberg. Yeah, Elon and Zuckerberg. There we go. Elon and Epstein. Yes. Yeah, that's how we got to do it.
But right now,
Getting
I'm
pegged
just
by
a little
Bezos.
bit skeptical. So for the purposes of this video, let's assume that the future of AI is not revolutionary, but evolutionary. And if that's the case, is it a bubble? Yes. Yes, it is. But that doesn't mean it's worthless. I kind of see AI right now like the dot-com
Zuckerberg
boom of the late 90s. This was a time where investors believed that every single website was going to make millions of dollars. And once they figured out that only certain websites would ever become popular, would ever become profitable, many of them took their money and ran. The resulting fallout led to the dot-com bubble burst. But this wasn't the end of the World Wide Web. Now, I'm not saying that AI will be as important as
like my necklace?
the internet.
Thank you.
But clearly this is more than just a simple fad that's going to fade away. I do think the bubble will burst, and then the industry will have to realistically look at its value rather than rely on unfounded promises and rampant speculation. But yeah, AI is here to stay because it's been here for a long time. AI already has changed our world. Algorithms drive search engines, YouTube channel recommendations. Most of the internet is driven off of this automation. We know that the technology has value because it's been around for a while. The question is whether this new form of AI, LLMs, will have a significant impact on how we live and work, or how significant of an impact that might be. And a lot of people seem to have some doubts about all of this. Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism polled 12,000 people from 6 different countries online about their opinions on AI. Granted, 12,000 people is not that many. Doing polls online does not mean perfect results, but this is about as good as we're gonna get if we're trying to figure out what the average person thinks about this technology. And most people have no idea what it is, or what it does, or what it could do. A lot of people have heard of AI and these new services, but they don't know what distinguishes a large language model from traditional computer software. We can tell that most people are not using AI that often, even if ChatGPT has a huge install base. Younger people are more likely to try it out than older people, obviously. But most people view AI as a technology that will primarily be used in professional settings by scientists in social media companies, but less so by the average person in their daily lives. Again, if these people don't actually know what AI is, considering some of these poll results, I don't think they do. None of this is super helpful, but there is some stuff we can take away from this. It seems like people aren't just confused by the technology. They seem to fundamentally dislike it. There are a lot of concerns about the damage it can do. People are scared it will take their jobs away or just functions as tools to manipulate the public. And most don't seem interested in the positive aspects of this technology at all. Most can't even identify what that might be. Sometimes a technology does need to be more than good enough. It needs to be perfect.
I do think it's important when making these AI videos, though, that we are talking about, the fears that people have in regards to AI, not as some hypothetical thing. Because, like, people have lost jobs. Industries have been taken over by AI. Copywriting, for instance. Copywriting is an industry that a lot of people have found themselves having to like totally reinvent, having to like find something new, because that is an industry that was just ripe for an AI takeover. The entire animation industry facing insane layoffs. So like it's already happened and is happening. So I feel when discussing the fears that people have, like it is important to not make it sound like, oh, people are afraid they'll lose their jobs, yada yada. No, people are seeing jobs being lost. People are losing jobs. This is being used, not to the extent that a lot of people worry. It's headed in that direction, but the fears are real and legitimate. Yes. And just what a drastic change we've seen, speaking personally in the entertainment industry, from people who last year were out there on the front lines fighting against AI replacing humans and blah blah blah, and how since then a lot of people have changed their tune because they would rather be on the boat than be drowning. Yeah, and just like being very clear that the problem is capitalism, because capitalism is what is causing companies and these billionaire tech CEOs to utilize this technology to like squeeze labor, like squeeze the working class who provide labor, or even in like white collar industries, like make it so that those are being squeezed as well, and in some cases being entirely replaced, or in some cases like finding yourself working alongside this technology, which also is like just so far the way it's been used. Like when it was used at that nonprofit that is supposed to help with eating disorders, and like what a fucking disaster that was, and how it's being presented as like, oh, here's AI. Like, okay, everybody, okay, human employees, AI is here, everybody say hi to AI. And how the idea seems to be like, oh, if we get this to work, we're eliminating you. Like, our goal for producing more profit without reducing labor is to squeeze out the human laborers. Efficiency, yeah.
When driving a school bus or doing taxes for a multi-trillion-dollar corporation, you probably don't want to put this responsibility on a robot that can or probably will, make a mistake. Yes, humans are not perfect. The AI might even be better than the human in many cases, but humans give people somebody to blame when things go wrong. They provide accountability, something that the AI just doesn't have for AI. Google spent all of Google I/O 2024 talking about its AI initiatives, and people didn't really seem to care all that much. A lot of people just roll their eyes because it's more AI slop. Microsoft hyped up its new line of AI PCs, which most saw as a concerning invasion of privacy rather than anything remotely worthwhile. The corporation is betting the future of its operating system, of the Windows operating system, on AI. And it's a bet that doesn't seem to be panning out. In fact, I've seen a lot more people talk about moving to Linux now that Windows is infected with this AI garbage. I have no doubt going forward that LLMs and machine learning and AI will manifest into something valuable. It's possible this might even result in massive changes to everyday life. But right now, this entire thing has been polluted by bad actors, false promises, and in my opinion, pretty misleading marketing tactics. And it's baffling to me that people have just forgotten the whole metaverse craze from a few years back, where the word itself began to mean nothing by the end. These analysts who don't even understand the basic technology are hyping up others about how much money we're all apparently about to make, claiming that Nvidia's gonna be worth $10 trillion in just a few years. And as far as I can tell, there's just no reasonable basis for these claims. We've reached a point where big tech is so desperate to achieve growth that it just keeps taking these fairly predictable and standard advancements in software and then applying new buzzwords to the technology. And by the time the bubble should burst, they're already onto marketing their next buzzword. I don't want to dismiss the entire potential of AI by calling it the next metaverse, but look, there's a lot of problems here. And as of right now, for many people, this technology just kind of comes off as a slightly more invasive, less accurate version of all these digital personal assistants that have already become commonplace over the years. This whole industry right now just seems so flimsy to me. There's a good chance that everything I say here will age like milk. I get that. Maybe we will see a world where most jobs become significantly easier with the assistance of the machines, where this is a necessity. Or maybe the tech is too good and we all lose our jobs. I think right now we're seeing a technology that is more style over substance. There is substance there, but there's a lot of fluff here. Or maybe I'm completely wrong, and in 5 years, we'll all have Rosie the robot in our homes. I need to get my robot out of my swimming pool. I don't think she can breathe. Again, huge thanks to Ground News for sponsoring today's video. Go to ground.news/husk or use the link in the video description to subscribe today. If you sign up through
I'm all AI'd out. I am all AI'd out, but that was interesting. It's always interesting talking about this, especially as like every day it just seems to be more and more around us, and is very relevant to stream discussions. You guys, I am sorry. I am so tired. And my fucking neck is in pain again. I really wanted to stream longer. I know, I usually don't yawn on stream. I also was like finding myself like my brain wasn't able to respond to everything in the video. I am sleepy. Yes, indeed. What happened to my neck? I injured it a couple months ago and I re-injured it working out, which is so cool. So I put my neck brace on so that I don't just like whip my neck to the side. I know I'm not normally a yawner. This is really early. It's only 10:15, but I'm like, ooh, I feel a little cooked. We were up pretty late playing Chain together with the Yarn Girlies. But yeah, I'm going to try to be streaming every day until I go out of town. So I'm also like, okay, I don't need to be, 7-8 hour streams every night. I got to figure out what my schedule will be for the 4th. If I either want to stream earlier and then go do 4th of July stuff later, or if I will stream at nighttime. I'm not sure yet. But my plan is to stream every day until I leave on Monday, because I'll be gone the whole week in Michigan. Maybe one of these days I'll go live on Will's channel. You'll get a notification for Will Neff being live. And I'm like, hi, it's me. Does Farley hate fireworks? Yes, he very much so hates fireworks. Not a fan. If you're a pet owner, 4th of July is a day of hell. Because you just know your animal is going to be so distressed. It is not a day I feel too excited about, because okay, everything okay. Oh, god damn it. God. Okay. I also need to take care of this week. I have a dying monitor. I have a dying mic. Yikes. If I hold the cable like this, it works. I don't know. Okay. Who do I want to send you guys over to? I'm gonna send you guys. I'm gonna send you to Gina Darling. I love me some Gina Darling. She's playing some Elden Ring. Sorry, no gaming tonight, but it'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna get back into the DLC before it's too long that I've played. And I'm like, what am I doing? Thank you guys for being here. Thank you so much for the stream. This was super fun as always. Great. I thought it was another banger. I'll see you tomorrow, and that's all.